So let us get started with the content, right? So agenda of the next sessions and what we're going to cover, right? So I believe that's a good start. If you feel, something to be changed, probably this is the right time, right? So having said that, let me share the first step, first activity. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. So let me come back to this agenda. Okay. Before the agenda of session, let me share you, the agenda for this entire course, right? So I prepared this, right? So I didn't knew that you already have, experience with Workday HCM and Workday fundamentals, but it's fine. Let's quickly take a look and see if it requires some changes. I hope you're able to see my Excel, right?
Yes, I'm able to see that.
Okay. So I have divided the curriculum into two parts, right? So Workday HCM and Workday integrations, because Workday integrations is heavily dependent on HCM, right? So
yes.
So you should be familiarized with the fundamentals of HCM before taking the integrations, right? So you can't straight away jump onto integrations unless you don't know the terminologies, processes, the different objects, and so on, right? So that's the reason. First few sessions, I thought to give the overview, a brush up of everything and anything with respect to HCM, right? So if you see over there, over your navigations, you probably might know already, but definitely I want to touch base on that. Not only few parts of Workday HCM, rather all parts of Workday HCM, right? So you might be using as an end user, but it would help to know
what
will be out there. Yeah. And then the first chapter, right? So organizations, position, and jobs. So this would be key to any HCM system, right? So this is a foundation to start with. So we'll jump onto that. And then the next aspect is the payroll specific information, right? So compensation elements, allowances, one-time payments. So I believe you also have experience with all payroll input types in SAP, right? Input type 14, 15. Oh, okay, cool. I can explain you the similarities and correlations between these terms and info types. That definitely would help you, I believe.
This thing I learned last week, the allowances, in a hard way.
Oh. Cool. Fantastic. Yeah, definitely I will not deep dive into the way, the natural HCM course, right? Because in the regular HCM course, there would be much more deep dive into these topics because this is the main agenda there. Right? So here, these are dependents. So that's the reason I will be quickly touching upon all the elements you would see in these processes. And row number 5, business process framework, right? So business process is key to perform any business event in Workday, right? So be it hire, termination, job change, rehire, transfers, whatnot, right? So everything is driven by a business process. So we'll quickly see what are the elements you can see in those business processes, and also we talk about the business process framework itself at high level. And then your favorite topic, test strategy and scope recommendations, right? So what can be test strategy in UAT, in system integration testing, right? Or both source as a Workday system and target. Target could be anything, right? So by covering those two aspects, what could be the recommended test strategy and what would be the recommended scope which you have to cover so that it would be successful implementation testing. So that's the goal over there. And that's pretty much the content of Workday HCM, and then Workday integrations, right? So once we are done with the fundamentals and we are good to go with the integrations, this is where we'll deep dive into Workday integrations. Okay, so we'll explain you the integration, Workday integrations design, right? So as a concept, how did they come up, right? So what exactly you need to know as a user. When I say user, you could be test practitioner, HR practitioner, or payroll practitioner. But what are all other things you should know Workday design standpoint, right? So that is something we'll cover in first session of Workday integrations. And then we'll deep dive into PECI, Payroll Effective Change Interface, right? So
that's what it's called, payroll. Okay, PG. Okay,
yeah.
Payroll Effective Change Interface. Okay.
Right. So PECI is a short form, and this is abbreviation, right? So we'll tell you first of all what is PECI, okay, why it is so famous in the market, right? So we'll give you an overview, and then I will also tell you what are the other elements you have to consider, like integration attributes, right? So there are some kind of some parts which you have to aware. So it's a terminology. If you're not getting, that's fine. Once we get into deep dive, you will know. And then we'll be continuing that PECI, Payroll Effective Change Interface, right? So with a few more concepts like integration field attributes, field overrides, SFTP setup, and so on. That is something you will be knowing in the continuation class. And then pay groups, pay companies, external payroll earnings. So these are some of the important aspects which should be set up in the system before extracting the data, right? So these are the mediums between HCM systems and the third-party systems, could be payroll or time systems, right? So you have to have the setup ready to extract the information, right? So up to that point, we'll be covering all the foundations for both for HCM and for integrations. And then we jump onto the different business events. Okay, so we'll start with hire. Right, so that's the first concept in terms of HCM. We hire the employee from scratch, and then we'll extract that information, and we'll see how the PECI file will look like, and what are all the elements you have to consider, and how to understand that PECI file. So all that concept will deep dive. And then staffing events overview. The moment we have hire, then I will touch upon the staffing events, right? So this is another big concept in Workday, right? So which you have to aware. Based on the staffing event, the file data reporting would vary in Workday. So that's the reason it is a key aspect. So which is something I kept it after hire data extract, because once you familiarize with PECI file, then it would be easy to understand the staffing events. So usually it comes first. It must be clubbed with Workday HCM fundamentals, but I did not, because our goal here is to understand this configuration minimal, more kind of deep dive into the data extracts and understand the PECI behavior. Right? So that's the reason I kept it here. And then process monitor and troubleshooting, right? So yeah, this would help us to see the deep of data, right? So along with the PECI file, what else Workday would offer to the users to understand more about the data extract, right? So be it edit file, right? So be it messages which are available. So process monitor is a one-stop to know, to know the process from start to end about any data extract. Right, so that's a more kind of troubleshooting tool which is being offered by Workday, which is very powerful, very powerful. So we will see how can we use that when something goes wrong. And then we'll be jumping onto the different combinations of scenarios, right? So data changes, so we take few data changes, we do those data changes, and then extract the information, and we'll deep dive again and understand the PECI behavior. And then termination is another key, similar to hire. So based on termination, several things would be delimited, several things would be deleted from the worker. So those things we have to aware. So that would be covered in that session. And then transfers, data extract. So transfers is another big concept in Workday. Be intercompany transfers, inter-country transfers, or outer-country transfers. Right, so there would be different combinations. So we'll deep dive into that. And then row number 18, EIB, Enterprise Interface Builder. Right, so do I need to prepare data from scratch and upload the data manually to hire an employee or to make any data change? The answer is no. Right. So Workday provided a concept called EIB. So EIB files look like the Excel files. Of course, you can input the XML files as well, right? But you can convert those Excel files into Excel and easily understand the input, the EAB can be used for both inbound and as well as outbound. Meaning, if I want to hire an employee into Workday system, I don't need to go to the system and click on hire transaction and start from there. Rather, I could go to the report. I have to build a report, of course, an interface. The report is nothing but, and then build an EAB file with all the necessary data for my event, which is hire, and then upload. That's it. Boom. So it will upload the data into Workday in just few seconds. And then you can see the process log through Process Monitor. So that's an advantage with this. So I will show you sample EABs and we'll play around. So we'll upload 1-2 EABs and then see how does it work. And the last one,
I can load all the payroll inputs EIB. I practiced that for the last 3 months because I was loading the data for the UAT for payroll. And then for the payroll panels, I loaded from the EIB. But I never loaded the data for new hire and termination employees. But I'll love to learn that.
Fantastic. Yeah. And the last one, core connectors. So besides PECI, what are the other connectors Workday offers, right? So PECI is just one type of connector to extract the information for payroll purposes, but there are a few more as well. So there is PECOF, right? And there is core connectors, core connector for worker, core connector for position, right? So all those are there. And also there's a concept called WICHI, Worker Effective Change Interface. So we'll briefly talk about those other extract mediums as well, so that you would be having complete overview of the payroll extractors, what Workday offers. Okay. So this is the agenda which I'm thinking, which would help you to deal with your implementations. How do you see it? So
no, that's fine. Yeah, that's what's fine. But yeah, that's pretty good. But can I make a request? At the end of every session, can you just give me 5 to 10 minutes of just 5 minutes? If I have any question from I'm already testing. So I already have scripts ready. We're going live with 4 PGs for 3 different countries, UK, Australia, and Canada on 29th. Mm-hmm. So if I have a questions on that one, so if you give me a chance for the last 5 minutes of the call, I'll really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Fine.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is pretty much agenda. So I will also share it with our ZaranTech team. So they will be publishing it in the LMS. You can see it at any time. Okay. All right. So let's jump on to the Workday overview session, right? So Workday HCM overview. So this is the agenda. So this is a common PPT for any waiting call. So as we have covered some of these aspects, I will not get into those covered aspects. Rather, we would be jumping onto the uncovered aspect in the interest of time. Introduction, we already covered, right? So modules covered by ZaranTech. Yeah. The second one, so Nitin, do we need to cover that, or that's okay to skip it? The modules covered by ZaranTech.
We already know. Yeah, just.
You already know? Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, just jump to the meat and potatoes.
Okay, fantastic. So we can jump on to introduction to HCM, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this part you're saying you know it, right?
Yeah. No, this one
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just one second. Give me 1 second. Okay, the configuration of security reporting business process. Okay.
So probably let me quickly touch base, right? So it would be a refreshing session for you if you already know. But these are important aspects to know, okay? Because these are all linked like this, right? So Workday HCM is comprises of all these different sub-modules, A Workday HCM, Human Capital Management, is a holistic module that consists of different concepts, right? So those concepts, those key concepts are this, right? So you have a navigation, right? So to do certain activities, to configure certain activities, to extract certain activities, everything is powered by navigation, right? So you take any tool, there would be navigation. So it's important to know the navigations, quick navigations, right? So that would ease out the job. And then concepts, right? Core concepts. So what are all the core concepts of HCM, right? So the remaining are all the core concepts. The organizations, right? So organizations can be supervisory organizations or organization units or business areas, right? So these are all different organization units. So organization units can be further divided, but any HCM would be having org structure. So to build that org structure, the organizations are key. They're important to understand and important to jot it down as a first activity, right? And then staffing models, right? So Workday do support two staffing models, right? So primarily two staffing models, right? So position-based staffing model, and job-based staffing model. Okay, so it depends on the client and client business, which model suits, right? So those two are key to understand again. So based on the staffing model, the implementation and the data integration would vary. Okay, so that's a key concept. And then jobs and position, right? So in order to hire an employee into Workday system, then the prerequisite is you have to have open position, right? So if it is position-based staffing model, right? So jobs, of course, you can create mass jobs and make it available, and then you keep on hiring employees into jobs. But there are again similarities and differences between job-based position model, job-based staffing model, and position-based staffing model. So you have to be thoroughly understand the nitty-gritties of jobs and positions to the extent whatever is possible. There would be other parameters as well pertaining to positions, because the elements like compensation can be defaulted based on position, right? So all the configuration can be done upfront, and then you could start using it by hiring workers. Right? So that's the reason it's good to understand these in detail. And then compensation, which is key, right? So in Workday, the compensation is comprises of compensation elements, allowances, right? So Workday do support different kinds of allowances, right? So bonus plans, allowance plans, commission plans, right? So different kinds of plans out there. And within those plans, you would also see, sub plans like amount based, percentage based, unit based, right? So all these are combined and put it under compensation. So you can create the compensation package as well. So we'll talk about it when compensation session started. But that's a concept. That's a big concept in itself in Workday.
Which one?
And then compensation.
Yeah.
And then hiring workers, right? So how to hire a worker, right? So once the configuration is ready, HCM system is ready, then we'll use configuration and hire an employee in that particular country, and the combination of the organization's positions, what we have created before, right? So that's another concept. And then configurable security. Security is key to any HCM system, right? So there would be different users, right? So it could be HR practitioners. Within HR practitioners, there could be different wings, right? So and expects different level of security. Although I am HR practitioner, I might be entitled to hire an employee up to only compensation part, right? So compensation part is something that must be taken care by another HR practitioner wing, right? So because that requires a different workflow and different elements. So that's the reason I do have two separate teams under HR practitioners, right? So if that's the case, then HR practitioner one group should not be having any access to the compensation, right? Because their job is just to do the preliminary hiring up to the compensation part, right? So all such things would be controlled at security. So security is highly configurable in Workday, which is again is a big concept, but it must be aware. So if there are any issues in the extraction, right? So I'm hiring an employee, but I'm not able to see the employee compensation. The reason could be, the access, right? So the user might not be having an access permissions to extract the information of that worker, right? So that is another aspect we should have aware. And then reporting. So reporting is key, again, key to any ERP product, especially HCM, right? So Workday provided different ways to report the outputs, right? So Workday provided the standard reports and also gave provision to the users to write their own reports. If the standard reports are not meeting or not sufficing the needs of the business, right? So they have a
after PG 1 or 2 session, I'm going to go over reporting with you, because from SAP perspective, reporting in SAP is very, very straightforward.
Yeah, that's a different concept. Yeah, definitely. We can include it to the agenda. Yeah.
Yes.
And then business process, right? So we already spoke about business process and its importance, and then additional staffing transactions, right? So hiring is just one staffing transaction. So like that, you would be having several other staffing transactions to perform different activities, right? So if leave is there, leave-specific staffing and transactions would be there. If I want to terminate the employee, then that would be another staffing transaction. So everything is driven by a transaction involved there. And so we would quickly touch base on all the staffing transactions out there. And then finally, I'm not sure if you're interested. So if you'd like to do the certification, right? So be it an implementation certification or pro certification, then we will guide you with the profile and preparation and so on. Okay. If you're seeking a job, and ZaranTech is also guide you in the preparation of resume and also assistance, right, interview assistance. So these are the typical elements at HCM, right? So you should be well equipped with these elements to deep dive into any other module, because Workday HCM is core and sits right middle to integrate it to any other system, right? So be it finance, be it Workday payroll, or be it external payroll, right? Workday benefits. So these are all other submodules, right? Or be it Workday recruiting. So in order to set up or interface or integrate to other modules, having a proper setup of HCM is key, right? So if HCM is keen, if HCM setup is keen, then the rest of the modules integrations would be much more keener. It makes your life easier. Okay.
Yep.
So taking a pause out here, any questions, Sabas?
No.
All right. So course objectives, I'm skipping it in the interest of time. The prerequisites, you already have, you already have loads of experience with HR and payroll, so it's a good fit. Okay, who should take up this course? You are pretty much entitled to take this course. I'm skipping it. The benefits, Okay, so what is Workday? Quick intro, right? So Workday is open demand and cloud-based system, right? So there are a few key phases for there, right? So key phrases, right? So cloud-based, open demand. So I think that's the USP why Workday is in boom, right? So you don't need to install any software, right? So you can just simply subscribe and start using it, right? So that's what cloud-based meaning, right? So they're masters in 2 modules today, financial management and HCM, right? So
yes,
this is one of the best software out there in the market to manage any customer's financial system and HCM systems, right? So they're also, when I say HCM, it's comprises of both HR and payroll. Okay, so
I'm not going to go with payroll yet. Payroll is still SAP. SCM, yes. Payroll, not yet. And we can discuss it in detail.
I do agree. Absolutely. But in Workday's world, they club it both. So sometimes, they decouple these 2 terms, and sometimes they couple, right? Organization management, time management, and payroll would be treated as a HCM suite.
Yeah.
Okay, so That's the reason you do not
Because
see
in
separate.
Amazon, implemented Workday Payroll, but they decommissioned it.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's the reason. That's the reason now they're strengthening. So they saw the node of the market, right? So to sustain for a longer term in the market, they realized that payroll is another key aspect. Okay,
Correct.
There is no better HR system. That's the reason I think they are a big hit, right? So, but for sustainability and continuous growth, they also must include payroll soon, right? So,
see, most of the customers which I worked previously, they had only SCM piece was Workday, but their payroll was with ADP, and ADP was using SAP.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the big organizations like chemicals companies, the top 1 or 2 in the world, they were using SAP as a payroll because the biggest drawback for the Workday in payroll is the taxation part. Not taxation, taxation, employee taxation. The Workday cannot manage the localities when employee puts in his zip code.
Yeah, I do agree. Yes. And that is one problem. And another problem is the country-specific data management. So there's no provision in Workday to update the country. Yeah, I know. So probably we'll talk.
No, that's fine. I'm just
more and more. Yeah. And then
I think I'm good with this slide too. Yeah.
Good. Okay.
I'm good with this slide. Yeah.
Okay. This is also good. Okay.
Yeah, this is also good.
Yeah, we already covered.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a good one. Okay, so I will again quickly touch base here, right? So why Workday is a kind of in boom in the market, right? So they have just HR, right? So when I say HR time and organization management, but they are kind of in top quadrant of Gartner's, right? So if you see Gartner's matrix, why so? Why they are so special about it, right? So because of these 5 elements. Okay, so among these, my favorite one is the user interface. Okay, so the other competitors, what they do not have, what Workday has is the user interface. This is their USP. Okay, so you love the user interface. Okay, so no matter which kind of user you are an end user or HR practitioner or payroll practitioner or integrator or integration consultant, no matter who you are, the user interface in Workday is simply amazing. Right, so they have a powerful search engine and a powerful object-based system, and nice UI to understand things in quick fashion. In order to remember all the navigations throughout. Right, so if you know a certain event, just go there, type it in the search, then you will get the results. That's how it works. That's the reason they're so successful in HCM Workday. So the other competitors, be it SuccessFactors, Oracle Fusion, Microsoft Dynamics, you can call any cloud-based HR systems, but they're not, the powerful like Workday. So this is key to their business. This is their USP, selling point. Okay. And the other important aspects is, Workday is unified. Okay, global cloud applications, right? So be it HR, recruitment or finance management or other modules. You take any module, you see it would be completely unified. Okay, so which means from navigation standpoint, from UI standpoint, from UX standpoint, everything is unified and seamless. Okay, so which means you don't need to go to a big bang approach, meaning you don't need to implement all the modules of Workday in a go, right, on day one. First, you could start with HR, and then you could integrate the other modules in the course of time, right? So that is okay. So you can still your experience and your implementation would be seamless because Workday has a powerful integration system, right? So you could integrate the elements from one module to other modules very easily. Okay, they have a powerful extractor. They have automated mechanisms to provision the important elements from one module to other module. So this is another key USP to that, right? And then insights, right? So for leaders, as this is a HR system, HR leaders or organization leaders always expect insights, right? So be it salary trends, be it position trends, right? So open positions, filled positions, the learnings, employee learning management related insights, all such insights can be viewed in better fashion using Workday. Okay, so Workday HCM or other modules. That is another great feature of what we have in Workday, but not in other systems. Agility, yeah, you can introduce change at any point in time in quick fashion as per your business. So yeah, agility is core part of Workday HCM. Human capital management, yeah, we already spoke about it. Yeah, that's a brief about Workday HCM and the key aspects of HCM. And the key products you might already know, right? So these are all different other modules which they offer. And then key product areas, yeah, in the same. This is at high level. This is kind of little more detail about all those key products.
Right.
Okay, so what is big data analytics, and what is recruitment, what is talent management, right, and what is time tracking, and project and work management. This is another key. Okay, so project and work management is being done outside, right? So by using different tools, with Workday Visio, so Microsoft Visio, or SAP project management tools. But Workday also have their own project management tool, authentic project management tool, manage the people, strategy, work, and results. That's another thing interesting to explore. And then Work administration.
Right.
And then moving, continuation, Workday planning and analytics, payroll solutions, human resources. So all these are different elements, right? And key benefits, these are all the key benefits, right? So customer no need to start it from scratch, right? So no matter which industry the customer's background is, with banking, healthcare, or e-commerce, that's fine. So Workday already, have several customers and widespread in all these industries. So as they have experience in these industries, we could expect that the HCM system comprises of all the different combinations, different scenarios, what practically would these industries face, and you can expect Workday covers those, right? So it has a widespread in the market. Yeah, so this is kind of foundations for the HCM, global to the core, right? So the technology comprises of these elements: multi-tenant, in-memory, integration cloud, object-oriented, security, right? So tenant. So why do we call Workday instances are tenants? Probably a question.
Tenant
Do you already
is
know?
like no, I don't know, but I can take a guess. Tenant is just like you're a tenant of an apartment, right? So we're renting the space from Workday.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why.
Absolutely, you're right. Absolutely, you're right. You're right. So tenant Workdays, the relationship between Workday and user, when it's a user customer, is the subscription based, right? So customer has to subscribe to the functionalities of Workday, then they can use it. And then if they want to decommission those subscriptions, they can do it, which means you are renting out the services, as rightly pointed out, right? So that's the reason they chose a word called tenant. Okay, so whatever the things you see in the tenant is based on your subscription. If you subscribe to HCM module, then you can use it. If you're subscribed to payroll module as well, and then you can use that too. If you're subscribed to the time module, you could use that too, right? So it's purely depends on the subscription. That's the reason they say it is tenant. And then multi-tenant, yeah. So during course of implementation, you would need different kinds of tenants, right? So you would need implementation tenant, production tenant, sandbox tenant, review tenant, right? So these are all needed for any client implementation. So that's the reason they call it as multi-tenant. Okay. And in-memory database, they are technical terms. So their database is in memory. That's the reason their extraction is fast, very fast. And then integration cloud, object-oriented, everything is object-driven in Workday. Worker is an object. Position is an object. We'll talk about it. Security, we already spoke about it. And embedded services, we already spoke about the configurable business processes, settlement engine, reportings, governance, and compliance. I'll skip it. You don't need that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a brief from overview standpoint, and the different elements you could see in Workday HCM module. Just would like to take a pause here. Do you have any questions?
No, I'm good with that. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm good with this. Yeah.
Fantastic. Pretty familiar with this? Okay.
Yes, pretty familiar with that. Just remember to give me 5 minutes at the end. I want to show you my script.
Okay. All right. So, do you want 5-10 minutes today also?
Let me start
the navigation.
Yeah. All right. You can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's how I created the script for PECI, right?
Okay. All right.
And that's how I created the screenshots and everything.
All right.
At the end, just to make sure whatever we send that data in the file compared to that, so it's there. And at the end, also kept a simplified version of this thing. So do you think that's good enough? Do I need to make any more changes to it?
It looks better. So how did you create this script? So which means, are you using any automation tool to capture?
No, I created it myself.
Okay. I think it's a tough job to do now. Yeah, if you have automation knowledge, you could do that screenshots capture through automated tool as well.
Oh, really?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. You could go to Process Monitor, and in Process Monitor, you would see all the detailed steps. So you could capture the information out there.
Whoa, you got to show me how to do that.
I don't know. I'm not an automation expert, but I will explain you from where you can get the data and how to do it. Automation is nothing but just recording, right? So
yes.
Script the system in a way that, okay, it has to log into the system and then go to Process Monitor and go to a particular portion of the section where you get the screenshots, and just taking those screenshots and putting it to the document, right? So that can be done through any automation. That's a best practice too.
Right.
Okay, so if you want to do it,
right. No, automation. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to do it manually, that is fine. That is fine too, but it
takes time though.
Yeah.
And you got to compare with the other systems. So this data came from another system, and this is from the Workday. So I need to make sure they match, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So for the comparison, probably it would be very hard to compare it, right? So if you want to write any Excel macro, then you can't write it. Rather, you have to see each and every field value and compare and highlight. It's again manual stuff. So it takes a lot of time. It's not that
it takes a lot of time.
Right. So rather, what I would advise is you prepare an Excel sheet with 2 columns with the source and target.
Okay.
Just marry up those 2 first. Okay. Let's say the status in Workday is the source field, and in SAP it goes to info type 0 status. Right. So info type 0 STAT2. Right,
yes.
And then
wait a second. Oh, okay. Just source and target, just like an interface. This is my source, this is my target. Load that spreadsheet, which I got it from there.
Absolutely. Then put the values set column wise. Means first you put the Workday column, and then put the value of the target, which is going to store. And then marry up, and then see, you can write a macro, Excel macro, quick macro, and compare, whether both are matching or both are not matching. That's
just 1 second. No, that's a new idea. I never thought about that. Just 1 second, because I have what you call, just 1 second. Data dictionary. So, see, I have a data dictionary, right?
Yes.
So I can get all the fields of Workday.
Yeah. Only used fields instead of taking. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. So instead of taking all the fields to make your life easier, just take the fields whichever are in scope, right? So
Okay.
out there you'll find 800 to 900 fields. So
Yes.
800, 900 fields might not be used, right? So at max you will be using 150, 200 fields. So just take those two fields and marry up so that it would be much keener and you could play it with very easily.
Okay, maybe it's our next call. I'll create one, and then we will go over it, because see, I have this can be source and this can be the. I'll take the blanks out. All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I can take the blanks out. Sure.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. But if you see, there's very few fields which I need.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. That's the reason I'm kind of recommending to take the fields whichever are in scope. Okay, you no need to have a look at the sourced fields, right? So those things, whether match or unmatched, you don't need to worry, right? So you're not consuming those fields at all.
Correct.
You have to take care of the fields whichever are in scope of your integration. That's it.
Right.
Okay.
No, so for the for hire, I just need this fields, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. I think there is a pop-up over here. Yeah, go ahead, Shabas.
Okay, no, this yeah. Maybe I'll create this spreadsheet for a session for because I'll take all this garbage out. So we have a source and we have target fields, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And then we can go to process monitor and we can check how to do the. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the process monitor is one way. The other way is, you could take the PECI file, right? And you could see the values. You could convert that PECI file into Excel and just take the values from there. So what's the employee number? What's the status? What's the hire date? So all those things you can take it from the PECI file, and then you take the values from your target and then put it in Excel.
That's a very good idea. Oh, I didn't thought about that, because then you can compare everything, what they send me, because they're just sending me very few fields, and it's not, if you look at it over here, they're just sending me, where is it? They're just sending me name, blah, 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 date of, and we can just, just take these fields and we can just marry it. We don't need to have all that many fields. Each employee can, That's why your spreadsheet was vertical, was not horizontal.
Absolutely.
Of your test scripting.
You got it.
Right?
Yes. You're right.
That's what I was wondering. I was wondering why his spreadsheet is vertical and mine is usually horizontal. So you just taking the field what you need, you compare it, and boom.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh. No, that's why.
Go on.
That's why I needed somebody to guide me, because that's a new methodology. I'm going with the old methodology.
Yeah, that would help.
Then we can check that how we can check each field that it matches or not.
Exactly. That's one advantage. And the other advantage is, you could scale it up. Let's say if you want to add additional scenario in a second phase or as a second scenario, you could add that as second column, right? So you have better visibility. Okay, so first I did hire. So what's my data out? And then I did a data change. So then what did I make a change? So you would have a keen visibility. So you can easily understand and correlate the things.
Okay, because my other thing is, maybe he's recording, so that's kind of a little bit scary, because my thing is I want to show you the PECI file which got generated. In some countries, there's a term C is going, right? The term C is going, then then is in the first block of the file. And for some countries, in the second is the data number 2. Do you think that should affect, or it should be continuous for one country, right? Same thing.
No, that depends on the transactions. How do you perform in Workday? Okay, so term C would be reported in two scenarios, right? So if you're making a change of termination date, right? So
yes,
employee might have terminated earlier. Now you're making a change of employee termination date. So
right.
Yeah, usually that will lead to term C. Yeah, it depends on how you do that. Okay, most of the time, Workday report it consistently. But one key thing you have to aware, and your target system aware is, Workday never ever guarantee the consistency 100%. Okay, so you could experience most of the times the similar behavior, but there could be 0.1 chances or 0.5 chances that the behavior could be on pause. Means the events could be reported in different order. So your target system should be having intelligence to understand that. Yeah.
Okay. No. That now I understood why you. I was thinking when you showed me the spreadsheet, I said, because for SAP testing you always go in horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go vertical, it'll be easier for the interface testing. Yeah, it'll be very easy. This is my source data. This is my target data. It matches or not.
Absolutely. You can also write automation script. You don't need to do on your own. Probably you could create a script by inputting the template. You can create a template with source and target columns, and you can also input the other files like Workday PECI file and the SAP info types file, right? So then you design automation script, okay, to fill those columns automatically and then compare it and provide you consolidated report. You could do those wonders as well if you are equipped.
No, I don't have. I never wrote the script, Satish.
Okay. okay. Then that's not an option. But that's how I suggest my teams. Okay, so I never suggest my teams to do it in manual fashion because it takes time.
It takes time. No, if you can help me out, that'll be a big help. That'll be a big help.
I can recommend you what can be done. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Satish, I'm over the time, and
I do.
Thank you, sir. Let's talk to you, and I'll do everything in a horizontal way, and then let's see what we can do with that. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
We're going to jump on to more deep details of Workday HCM, right? So we'll start with the fundamental topics, right? So the fundamental topics, you could find several elements in HCM, right? So some of the important topics are like supervisory organization, jobs, positions, right? So compensation. So these would be the fundamental elements which we have to aware to deep dive into integrations, right? So how to set up these elements and what are the important aspects you have to aware, right? So those things. So I will not create, in the interest of time, I will not create supervisory organizations from scratch. Rather, I will take one existing good supervisory organization and explain it to you. What are the things you should consider while looking at the supervisory organization, right? So, and if you're in testing phase, what are the elements you have to keep in mind with respect to the supervisory organization which you are using in your testing, right? So those parts I will cover so that it will be more useful to you, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Let me connect to the remote desktop. Connected to the remote desktop, so we were talking about two concepts, right? Fundamentally, one concept is the supervisory organization, only supervisory organization, right? So there would be different organizations. We'll come back to those organizations in the demo. And then we'll also talk about positions, right? So jobs and positions. So let's quickly see some of the important topics. So let's skip the agenda, organization. Yeah. So organization in HCM system, you should need a proper organization, right? So you should need a hierarchy, right? So to do certain activities.
Correct.
Right. So organization is key to manage the people. Right? So with respect to their personal management, learning management, communication management, and all the peripherals of people would start from the organization. Right? So this is hierarchy. Who manages those employees and who manages the managers. So all the stuff, all the top to down hierarchy would be created with the organization structures. Right? So this predominantly is what it is saying here. An organization is used to group the resources, workers, and costs to support a particular business function. Right? So a business function could be a company, right? So could be an organization, could be a division, could be a department, could be anything, right? But regardless of what the business function is, we need an organization to group the resources, workers, costs, right? So this group would be used further into managing the payroll and so on. Right? So, according to the organization needs, the resources and costs have to be distributed. And then in Workday, specific to Workday, they have a concept called supervisory organization. So this is the topmost entity you find in the organization structure. So this can be a company. Right? So company, for an example, if you take Amazon, right? So Amazon could be having one big supervisory organization, top node. So under Amazon, there could be several subsidiary organizations or the children organizations, but this would be the topmost entity. Right? So this is called as primary organization. Primary organization. Okay. So I'm emphasizing the primary organization, meaning what are the activities you do in Workday, right? Like hiring, creation of positions, setting up the hiring restrictions, or managing the compensation grades, all would be tied to supervisory organizations indirectly. Okay, so if you want to see the open positions in a particular organizations, then those things would be navigated from supervisory organization. Okay, so this is key aspect. So this must be understood very well, and this must be set up according to the business in a good manner. Right? So otherwise, the further configurations would be complicated. Right? So even business processes would be attached to the supervisory organization. We'll see that in a moment in demo. Right? And then workers are grouped and tracked within supervisory org. We discussed that. Currently used organization types are company, cost centers, region. So in addition to the supervisory organization, in Workday, there could be several other organization types. Okay? So in any HCM, you could find it. Okay, these are common to any HCM, not only to Workday. Right, so company, right? So it would be payroll company. In SAP, it would be called as company code, right? Yeah. And then cost center. Cost center, the terminology is same between Workday and SAP. Cost center is cost center. Cost center would be having again hierarchy. Cost center group, cost center, and so on, and the region. So region depends on country to country. The definition varies, right? So it can be a state, it can be a region, right? So it depends on the country. The definition of region varies, but the region means the region of the particular organization is what meaning here. Okay. Yeah. So if we take any typical organization, it will look like this. Right, so here in the diagram, you see three portions, right? So if we see the yellow highlight, right? So these people, whatever we are seeing here, are grouped under supervisory organization jet. Okay, supervisory organization jet. And the blue line, what you're seeing here, these people belongs to region Y. Okay, so these people might belong to supervisory organization jet and might belong to some other supervisory organization as well. For an example, Amazon again. So Amazon can be having two entities, right? So Amazon US and Amazon Canada, right? So then Amazon US would be having one supervisory organization, and Amazon Canada would be having two second supervisory organization, right? So the supervisory organizations can be decided based on the company hierarchy, right? So how the company is established, and that's how usually customers divide the supervisory organization. It's not necessary that within a country there should be two supervisory organizations, right? So Again, within a country, there can be two supervisory organizations as well, right? So Amazon have several subsidiary organizations, right? So Amazon has AWS organization, Amazon has, Amazon e-commerce organization, right? So they have different businesses exist across the world, right? So that's the reason if you see here region-wide, so the region can be created across supervisory organizations. Okay, for example, a region North America, right? So then the region can be created as North America, and North America region can be attached to supervisory or supervisory orgs whichever falls in the across North America regions, right? So we see here these people belongs to this region. Why? So along chart, the purpose of this picture is, this picture is trying to show how the employees can be seen in different ways, right? So employees can be seen under supervisory, employees can be seen under region, and employees can be seen under cost center, right? So in three scenarios, there would be three different attributes you can observe in the system, right? So you see here, top one talks the supervisory org and region, and the bottom one talks about the cost center, right? So this cost center assigned to, there is a cost center X, that cost center X assigned to these employees, right? So which means all the costs pertaining to these employees would go to X, right? So that's how the picture meaning. So here, this is how the employees can be grouped into different organizations and can be seen. Okay, moving, those organizations can be used in security, reporting, and business processes. And so all the business, as we discussed, business processes would be created under organizations. Right, so I would be having hire, I would be having termination, I would be having job change. All these are different business processes. They would be created and tied to organizations, supervisory organizations. Okay, so in your company, if you have 6 supervisory organizations, then you have to consider 6 different higher business processes. They can be same, they can be different, but you have to consider the test of business process as well. When I say test of business process flow, right? So if I have so if I have, business process pertaining to Florida, my headquarters is in Florida, right? So I have Amazon e-commerce supervisory organization, and for Florida specific, I created one supervisory org because I have the specific rules with respect to Florida. So that's the reason I created a separate supervisory org for that. So according to Florida requirements, I define the business process. Right, so hiring, so what are all the elements I have to put in while hiring an employee, right? So what's the workflow I have to use while hiring an employee? Who would be the practitioner who triggers the hire? And who is the, communication partner who has to approve the communication part? And who would be the absentee partner who has to approve the absences? All that workflows I would define in the Florida specific business process hire and attach it to the Florida Amazon company. Right? So that's the reason it is important that this is tied to supervise the org, right? And in similar things, reporting, security also tied to the supervisory org, right? So these are another element. So you can see the reports right from the org itself, supervisory org itself. Okay, if you want to see the number of open positions, you can see it from supervisor. If you want to see the number of workers who is working for the supervisory org, you can see it from there. So all this is possible. Even security can be attached and defined at organization level. Yeah, I'm just skipping it in the interest of time. So this you already know probably. Just stop me. I would be rushing a bit.
No, that's fine.
That's fine. Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, feel free to stop me. Supervisory organization. This is specifically to supervisory organization, right? So what are the important elements of this, right, or characteristics of supervisory organization? So this is foundation to HCM. So as we discussed, this is the first activity implementer would do while starting their HCM implementation. Right, so they would understand the requirements from the clients thoroughly and create the supervisory organizations in a good fashion. So this is the foundation, first foundation in HCM world, right? So They group the workers into management hierarchy, right? So this is the hierarchy to establish hierarchy in an organization, how a customer would like to see their workforce, right? And supervisory org can be a business unit, can be a department, can be a group or project. So we discussed about it. And then jobs, positions are associated with supervisory orgs, right? So the jobs, positions, right? So employee would need a job or would need a position to hold certain, certain position in the department, right, or organization. So this is another foundation. Jobs and positions are the another foundational things in HCM. So the employees can be hired into either positions or jobs. So which means there should be, the jobs and positions should be created first into the system according to the customer requirements. Then start hiring the employees into one of those, right? So this is again input to your testing, right? So as a prerequisite, you have to, probably do 10 positions or 100 positions creation, right? So across your organization with different characteristics, and then start hiring the employees using those positions instead of creating positions before hiring a new employee, right? So that it would make your life easier. So we'll see that, how to do that, no worries. And then business process can be attached to supervisory org. So we discussed that. This is an example of how the hierarchy can be seen in a supervisory organization. So here the supervisory organization is executive management, right? So this is a supervisory organization. And in that, the primary holder, right? So the operations member, manager operation members, executive management is Maxinder. So this is the top hierarchy. He is the owner of this group, right? So, and under him, there are different links, right? So these are all different operation links, right? So this is the second level of hierarchy. Yeah. And then the further hierarchy, if you see Susan has her own hierarchy, right? So he has again 4 wings, right? So he has member global support and member global support, member global support. I think, they have a job here. By looking at the description, these are not positions. So they've created jobs called member global support and then hired employees into jobs. Okay, these guys do their own tasks. This is how the hierarchy can be seen from the supervisory organization. Once you create the supervisory organization and create the employees within those, right? Yeah, this is another example. I'm just keeping it for now. Characteristics of supervisory organizations. Positions are only created within the supervisory organizations. Right? So positions, you need to select the supervisory organization while creating a position. So this is mandatory. Without supervisory organizations, you cannot create positions in the system. So this is one of the characteristics. And employees must be hired into a supervisory organization. Then while hiring an employee also, first step you have to select the supervisory organization. And which supervisory organization you have to hire that employee. So we'll see that while hiring an employee, and next one roles and responsibilities are also can be attached to a supervisory organization. And then unique business process can be assigned to a supervisory organization. So this is another key. You can create a generic business process if your business is if business rules and business policies remains same across all the supervisory organizations, or if you have specific processes, specific rules or policies with respect to separate supervisory organizations, then you can create those unique business processes pertaining to those and attach it to the supervisory organization. All right, and subtypes, we'll talk about it in the demo. I will explain you what is a subtype. Assignable roles, we'll see that as well in the demo. Roles inheritance, we'll see that. Yeah, probably let us jump on to a demo and then we'll come back to this PPT. Not yet, okay, all right. So I was talking about the organization, right? So how can we view any elements in Workday? So simply thing is, you go to search bar and click on the supervisor organization, which you're looking for, and then it gets you there. Right? So as a quick way, this is powerful search bar, pretty much. So I'd like to take the standard enterprise, right? So in any demo tenant, you find the standard supervisor organization, which is GMS, right? So Global Modern Services. So let's see what are the different elements what we spoke a few minutes back practically, right? So if you see, this is a supervisor organization, and here, if you observe, this supervisor organization have subordinates as well, right? So these are the subordinates. Right? So it has Altitude Corporation, hyphen SW, it has Executive Management Group. So these three and killer or sister organizations to this GMS, right? And then we find the details of the supervisor organization, right? So it was created on 01/01/2000, right? And the type is supervisory org, and then subtype is company. Okay, so which kind of supervisory organization is it? This is a company, right? So as I told you, supervisory org can be a department, can be a company, can be a division, right? So this was created as company, right? So company. In the third-party integrations, we do not use this subtype, but in reporting, if you're developing any reports, this would come into play. If you want to see how many companies exist in Workday, then you have to query based on this company subtype. Okay. And then visibility, it's visible to everyone. Subordinates we have discussed, and external URL. If you want to share, direct URL to view the supervisory org, then this is the one which we have to see. And primary location. So the San Francisco. This is actually this supervisory organization location is given as San Francisco. Okay. And shuffling. Okay, do I have any shuffling? I don't see any. Hired in the. Okay, just only one worker, but I don't see any positions over here. So if you see any open positions under the supervisor organization, this is the place you will see. Okay, so if I want to hire 100 employees, then I no need to rush and build a report to know the open positions. Rather, if you know the supervisory organization which you want to use while hiring employees, just go to the supervisory organization and see the positions from here and pick up one position and start hiring by using that. That's it. And then roles. Any organization would be having a bare minimum roles, right? So who would do what, right? So if you see here, these supervisory organizations primary, responsible persons are these guys. These are roles, only roles. Okay, we'll see to whom it is attached in the next tab. So these are all the roles. Okay, yeah, this is a set. Here we go. So absence partner, alternative owner, business partner, right? So these roles can be created depends on the business needs, right? So these are the most common practices, most common roles you would find in any supervisory organization. In addition to this, you would find several other roles in practical world. Right? So I would be having HR practitioner, I would be having payroll practitioner, I would be having compensation practitioner, I would be having absence manager, I would be having attendance manager, right? So who approves the timesheets. All such things would be created over here. So these are the hierarchies, right? So at supervisory organization, who is the top hierarchy with respect to absency? This is the guy, Maria Cardoza, right? So it is assigned, and this is effective from this date. In Workday, 60 to 70% of the tasks are effective dated, right? Because when you're dealing with external integrations, effective date is key, right? So in the payroll systems, all the data is time bounded, right? So everything is time bounded. So that's the reason the date is very key. So you cannot put the date just like that while creating these things. you have to put the date, exact date, what your business needs, from when you want this partner to own this responsibility. So that is key. Security groups, the roles can be created at group wise as well, right? So let's say I'm integration developer, right? So I would be having a group, right? So integration developer group, security group. And then that group, as and when I hired into a tenant, then integration developer security group would be attached to me, so that is sufficient to control the security at higher level. Which transactions I can access, which reports I can access, what kind of activities I can do, what level of extracts I can do, what level of put I do, what level of get I do. So all such things would be defined as security groups. This is grouping the security, right? So the grouping would be done usually depends on the functions of organization, what practically basis in Workday.
Okay.
And then other assignments. So this is another important aspects, right? So this is just organization, right? So hierarchy. So within this, you would need different wings, right? So this is a company, right? So this can be a company code, or this can be external company, right? So the company is Global Modern Services in USA. It's the parental organization here. And then it must have other attributes, right? So like cost center. So what's the primary cost center to manage all the costs pertaining to this organization, right? So this is the cost center, right? So 10,000 office of CEO is the cost center, right? And the region. So region headquarters corporate. So headquarters corporate is region given to it, and if you want to see the location, you have to navigate it from here. So there must be some location attached to this headquarters corporate, then there is something right here. And the division in practical mode, you will find all the information pertaining to the supervisory organization as this is demo tenant. You're not seeing all this information. Division, if there is a division, then you will see the division. Growth share, if there is any details, you will see here. If this is acquisition, then you will see that here. Council, you will see that here. Yeah, these are not kind of mandatory stuff while creating an organization, but the mandatory stuff are these three. So which cost center, which region, which company. Remaining things can be managed in subsidiary organizations. Right, COVID tracker, I believe it's a new one. So you can have this as well. Okay, and these are the showers.
No, that's a COVID tracker. There's something new. Can you double click on COVID tracker?
Okay. Okay.
Nothing.
Go here. Nothing. I just want to see who created, when created. I don't find it.
Yeah.
This is all. So organization type, how come this COVID tracker came here? Right. So this is not a standard organization type. How come this came here? Any guess how come this came here?
They must have attached to the main organization.
Yeah, you're right. So you're right. So the organization type can be a mix of standard plus custom. So if these organization types are not sufficient to manage your business, then Workday provided a provision to create custom organizations. It can create the custom organizations attached to the supervisor organization, so that you see over here. Okay. Because now the COVID tracker is a kind of must to all the organizations to bring the employees, to bring the workforce back to work, right? So there could be a separate department who would be managing the COVID tracker, right? So that's the reason I think an example created over here. Right? And the goals of the, and the goals of supervisor organization can be attached to here, right? So the goals or values of the supervisor organizations, right? So every organization would be having goals, right? So in 2021, what are my goals? What do you want to achieve, right? So what kind of net operating income is my goal? What's the revenue generation is my goal? All such goals can be defined over here. So supervisory or higher hierarchy can be seeing these goals, and monitor from here, right? So if you see here, you can see how much of percentage of goals they've achieved until now. And so these things can be seen here. And then additional data, if there are other things which are pertaining to the supervisory organizations, you can see that here. So these things were created manually and attached to the system by someone. So that's the reason you are seeing here. Okay. Additional data is something is a place given to the customers to create their own specific fields, their own specific structures, and so on. Let's say there is no standard field available, but I want to have that visibility with respect to the field, then I can go ahead and create the custom field and attach it to that additional data so that can be seen here. Okay, so this can be seen at a supervisor org level, and I can have this provision at employee level as well. So the additional data is this common playground to the customers to fulfill their specific requirements and create the structures. Okay. Yeah. So these are the things you will find in the supervisory org. And one other important aspect which we should aware is the staffing model, right? So in Workday, there are two kinds of staffing models. Okay. While creating supervisory org, we have to choose one among them. Okay. So here, GMS is position management, right? So which means everything is driven by position, right? So to hire an employee, I have to have position, right? So position can have further characteristics, right? So the employee's grades can be attached to the position. Employees' time types, whether he's a full-time, part-time, can be attached to the position, right? Employee preliminary responsibilities can be attached to the position. Position is unique, right? So every person would hold a unique position. Right? So although I'm a manager, what kind of manager I am? Right? So I'm a technical manager, product manager, project manager, right? So all the attributes would be attached to the position, right? So in contrast, if it is job, then it would be a generic description, right? So manager, that's it. In the PPT, a few minutes back, we have seen there are 4 managers who holds the same position, right? So that's not a position, that's a job. Right, so that has common attributes, not specific attributes to a specific position. Right, so if it is position management, then each and every position is unique. Then that position will tell us what kind of job that a particular employee will be doing. It's one-to-one usually to the employee to position. The relationship between position and employee is one-to-one. Okay. And another notable, if we create a supervisory organization with one specific staffing model, and I create a position, and I hire one employee into that position, then I cannot change it. Okay, I cannot change it. So the staffing model can be changed only when there are no positions created and no one exists in that supervisory organization. Okay, once it is created, that's it. We can't change this anymore. You can't see that step in the related actions here. You can't change the model. That's another important aspect you have to have if you're an implementer, right? And in addition to that, as I told you, so this is related actions, right? So you know already, no need to spend time on that, right? So every object would be having related objects. And through related actions, you can perform different activities, right? So, as I told you, if I want to hire an employee, I can hire an employee from here, right? So, then I'm saying that I want to hire an employee into GMS, right? So, I don't need to give supervisory org in the next step because I'm navigating it from here, right? So, this is totally if you're doing it manually. And the business process. So if you want to see or create the business process, you can do it from here. Right? So the business process, create, copy, link, definition. If you want to create a new business process, I can do it from here. If I want to copy it from one of the existing business process of GMS, I can do it from here. If I want to see security with respect to business process, I can see the security over here. So those functions can be seen from here. And then similarly, compensation, overall the compensation structure pertaining to this GMS can be seen from here.
Okay.
Yeah. And then organizations, if I want to see the organization chart of the GMS, right? So I can see it from here, right? So view the organizations. That takes its own time. Let's see the other elements. Staffing, right? So you can create the position over here itself. If you want to put some restrictions, hiring freeze, I want to do a hiring freeze until December. Right? So I can put a hiring freeze here. So no one can hire an employee if I put a hiring freeze here. Right? So during COVID, this is what companies does. Right? So companies did. So they did the hiring freeze for certain months, right? So until things are stabilized, and they put on the freeze, right? So instead of managing it through process, you can manage the control in the system itself through hiring freeze. Okay. And then staffing reports. So these are the standard reports which you can see at supervisory level. So if you want to see the open positions, you can see it from here. Overlap workers, if you want to see if there are any workers who are sharing the position, you can see it here. And all positions, you can see it here. Different kinds of reports. You can use it from here. Okay, time and leave. Yeah, this is pertaining to the attendance and absence, right? So Workday have two categories of leave called leave, absence, and time off, and one category of attendance, which is time tracking. So all those things can be managed over here. Yeah, and worker spend, you can see some spends reports over here. If you want to, all the things can be managed from here itself. Okay, reorganizations. These are the reorganizations. This is not structure. Yeah. This is not a structure. I want to use the view as of. I think I click on wrong button. Yeah, a view or chart and so. Yeah, I want to see the structure as a. Yeah, so this is how the structure is looking like, right? So GMS has a manager, and then within GMS has 3 departments, right? So these 3 departments are the children department to it, and again, every department would be having its own structure through navigation, which you can see it from here itself. During testing, if you want to see how many employees you hired under a particular supervised organization, then this is how you can see it. No need to remember the employees. Rather, you can see the hierarchy like this and do plus or minus. Any questions so far, Chavos? So I want to quickly create one position and show it to you. Right. So how usually you do the creation of positions?
No, actually, our HRIS department does that.
Okay, you don't do that. Okay.
No.
Okay, no worries. Even during testing, you do not create the positions?
No, they created the data.
Okay, fantastic. So while creating position, if you see, there would be a number of elements, right? So I will explain that high level and we'll deep dive into it. So the position request reason. You have to put the reason why you are hiring an employee. Right, so why you want this position? Right, so indirectly you have to put a reason why you want new people. Right, so there is an acquisition. I want to have new people to manage the acquisition. Job title. I can give manager. Right, it's a number of positions. So this is another aspect which you could try it out. Let's say if I want to test 10 employees.
Yeah, use 10.
Right, so
I do that too. If I need 10 people, I just have one position, HR manager, 10 position, copy one, and then carry it over.
Okay, cool. So this is a trick over here. So the moment you say 10, what would happen is Workday automatically creates manager 1, manager 2, manager 3, manager 4. It creates still distinct positions, but with a distinct name. A title would be manager 1, manager 2, manager 3, like that. But it would make our life easier this way. You don't need to do this task 10 times. Rather, you can do it once and use those 10 positions the way you want, right? And the availability date, this is also important. While hiring an employee, if you want to hire an employee from October 1st, right? Of course, October 1st is passed by, so November 1st. And then you have to create these positions few days before or as a November 1st, right? Otherwise, you can't use this position while hiring an employee. That's the reason date matters. As I told you, everything is time bounded, right? So in Workday, HCM, and as well as in payroll. So entering these dates are key. So even during testing, you have to be conscious, very conscious about these dates. So I want to hire an employee from November 1st. So let me put the date as November 1st, right? Earliest hire date probably 29, 2021. Okay, no job restrictions. Yes, I don't want to put any job restrictions. Job or family, you can choose. Okay. Yeah, earliest I have to put this date before. All right, so I can't have earliest hire date before this. Okay, so let me put. Yeah, it's fine. Let me put that. It's good. It's good error as a validation. It's good. Right, so the job family, oh my God, and this again ended. It's again ended. It's fine. I will show that to you. Probably we just have this. So, you want 10 minutes, right, in every session?
Yes. Okay.
That's your part. So it's so far.
No, not this is pretty straightforward.
Fantastic.
Yeah, pretty. I got a question. Okay, when we move to production, when we're going to move from testing to production, the PG, what are the things I should look at?
Okay, from testing standpoint or from data migration standpoint?
Data migration and hypercare.
Okay, hypercare. So from testing standpoint, I believe you would be doing the initial data testing, right? So you might be having parallels.
Yes.
Also.
Yes.
All right. So in those parallels, what you would be doing necessarily, right? So you would be having some legacy system, right? So through which you might be managing your show until that point, right? So be HR, be payroll might be happening from legacy system. And now you are doing the same parallel by using the new system, which you established using Workday and CloudPay. Would be an example, right? So CloudPay is payroll and Workday is HR. Then you would do the data migration and match the data between a legacy system and this CloudPay, right? So CloudPay employees would be hired into CloudPay, right? So and employees payouts would be done for the prior periods. Let's say if my go-live date is January 1st, 2022. And then the best practice is, you do the parallels for at least 3-4 months before, right? So at the start, it depends on organization to organization. Usually, most of the organizations do 2 to 3 parallel runs. So I run the payroll in CloudPay for October, November, December, and get the data from CloudPay and cross-verify with the data with the legacy system. Just I want to ensure that the new setup is calculating the payroll in CloudPay as expected. So which means the data which I'm sending from Workday is the way the data is established prior to Workday in the legacy system. That is one activity you have to do, right? Parallel testing.
Okay.
And then unit testing, if you want to execute certain transactions randomly to see the process flow, right? So because you might have migrated all your business processes, all your configurations from the implementation tenant to the production tenant, right? So in Workday, you'll be having different kinds of tenants. Not sure whether you already aware. It's a different concept though. Just for quick clarification, I will explain you. So during production migration, what we do, as a first step, we migrate the configuration from local environment to production environment. Right? So which means implementation tenant to the production tenant.
Okay.
Right. So the moment the configuration is migrated, you have to do certain random checks. Okay. So you have to test the business process to ensure the business processes flows in implementation tenant and the production tenant correct, right, and intact. And then you can do random hires. You don't need to input those hires into the cloud plane. Rather, you could do just hire and see whether the extraction is working as expected. Right. So if you extract hire data, you can see whether the entire hire data of an employee is coming out or not. Right. So if there are certain aspects missing, you will find it over there. For an example, the payment elections, right? So the payment elections are nothing but info type 9. So info type 9 has certain fields, right? So I can configure which fields I want to enable in which country. Okay, let's say bank key. So bank key, I want it to be enabled for only US. I don't want to enable it for Canada. Right? So you can extract the file and see whether the bank key is coming for only US but not for Canada. Right? So these are certain random checks you have to do. Right, so before triggering the parallels. Right, so if it is parallel, anyways, we would be covering the testing in detail. Right? So thoroughly for all the employees who are existing in the tenant, we're matching up between your legacy system and the new system.
Yes.
Right, and security, I'm not sure the level of or scope of your testing. Right, so usually the testing would comprise of three elements. Okay, one, business process. Right. To security.
What do you mean by business process?
Hire, as I told you, everything in Workday is business process driven. Right? So hire would be having certain flow. Termination would be having certain flow. Job change would be having certain flow. So that flow, whatever you configured in the implementation tenant, would be intact when you go to the production. Okay, so how do you ensure that all the configuration, what you did in implementation tenant, move to production correctly? So which means through testing, right? You have to perform certain checks, right? So you have to have certain use cases towards that. Okay, you can do it manually or you can do it automation. Through automation, you have to cover that aspect. That is from business process standpoint. A business process again further has two wings, right? So one, flow, two, data, right? So if I have an employee, am I getting all the data, whatever I'm supposed to get? It's whatever I'm getting in the implementation tenant. That is with respect to data. Right, so you have to have data check as well. You have to have process check, you have to have a data check. So these two checks you have to do towards business process. And second thing, security. So security also you have to check. I'm not sure whether you only would cover or you have to separate testing wing who covers the security part. But security is also an important aspect, right? So I attached, HR practitioner role to HR practitioner's team. So are they seeing only the transactions which they are allowed to? Are there any slippages in terms of roles assignment, right? So those things also have to do a check. That is two. The third, reporting, right? So you would be having several reports, right? So definitely clients would be having their own reports, custom reports. So you might have developed those custom reports in the implementation tenant. So whether the reports are something working as expected, right? So you can take certain reports and give some inputs and test it and ensure that they are working. So these are the three elements.
From PECI perspective, we just want to be. Do we need to worry about all these things: business process, flow, data, security, reporting? From PECI perspective, an overall perspective, as you're saying.
Yeah, from PECI perspective, business process, yes, because PECI is dependent on business process, right? So PECI is end output. So if you hire an employee and if you extract PECI, then that gives an output, right? So, but how the flow would be controlled is something by business process, not really a PECI. PECI is just extractor, right? So what it does, it looks the data from the system and extract and give it to you. That's it, not more than anything. But behind the scenes, what data you can enter through hiring is something would be managed through business process.
Okay.
Yeah. Reporting, and I'm not sure it varies, right? So if your scope is just PECI, then probably
just PECI, right? Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Then I don't think you would be asked to test the reporting part, but definitely there would be a team who would be taking care of this testing as well.
Right.
During migration, yeah, during migration. Any other questions you have?
No.
Very good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Thank you. So interfaces are two categories, right? So as we are saying, inbound and outbound. When we say inbound, these are inbounds to Workday, right? So
correct.
You're using third parties for payroll services, for benefit services, for taxation.
Payroll will be always payroll going to be in Workday.
Payroll also would be in Workday?
Yeah.
Okay, so which means both HR and payroll would be done within Workday ecosystem. Is that
correct?
Okay. Then, so what are the integrations you have with your third parties?
We have the 401k, benefits,
okay,
and travel, and tuition.
Okay. Benefits, 401k, travel, and what's the other one you said?
The travel and the tuition.
Tuition, okay. Okay, right. So 401k, I believe your client must be using third-party system for the entire taxation module.
Yes.
Right? So which means they're the responsible persons to generate the tax forms as well, annual tax forms.
Pardon me?
Right? So if third party is managing the taxation module, then they must be the responsible persons to generate the annual tax forms as well. Right?
Annual tax? No.
Okay, so who generates the tax forms?
Tax forms will be generated through Workday.
How would Workday generate the tax forms? Because Workday is not the system of record for taxation, right?
It is going to be the system of taxation.
Okay, so which means you would be having the inputs, whatever is required for taxation within Workday as well.
Right.
Okay, okay. Then I'm not sure what kind of inbound data you bring in from these four systems. Okay.
Because for benefits, we're going to bring all the health and welfare deductions.
Okay.
All right. And for 401k, we're going to bring the your 401k contributions.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Travel, you might get the travel.
Yeah, travel is going to be travel.
Okay. Yeah. So which means you have to. There are two ways to interface this data to Workday. Okay. So one way is interface this data through EDIs, right? So in other words, through events. When I say events, you could interface the data through real time. So I believe Workday might have provided APIs to interface this data. Benefits, I'm for sure they might have some APIs. I didn't quite recollect the API names. 401k, again, I believe they have APIs to interface data. And for these two, I'm not 100% sure. If there are no APIs, you could build it. Workday provides an ability to build the APIs and then interface this data. This is one way of interfacing the data, one method of interfacing data from third party to Workday.
Okay.
This is, for some reason, if my organization is not taking this approach, right? So I do not want to interface the data online in real time. So you could build a connector, you could build an inbound connector in Workday to interface this data and then use a file, right? So most of the times clients use this as a SFTP approach, right? So which means it would be push and pull. Clients push the files into their SFTP folder, and from there on, it's Workday or client's responsibility to pull that file into Workday ecosystem. Okay, so SFTP works in push and pull methodology, right? So this is a two-step process. a client first has to push the files into their SFTP, which is a middle ground between the third-party systems and Workday. And from that SFTP, client has to pull the files into Workday ecosystem. So this would happen automatically through batch. Okay, so they have to build a connector, and the connector have to use an integration template. Okay, integration template, and that integration template is specific to this functional area. All right, so these are all different functional areas. Benefits must be having one integration template, 401k must be having another integration template, and so on. So, do you know by any chance which medium are you using to interface this data, whether it is real-time or batch?
No, I don't.
Okay, so that is important aspect you have to know. Okay, so if you are using integration template, then who would be setting up that integration template? Right, so this is nothing but an interface. So interface would be having certain elements. Okay, let us probably take another column. Right, so interface would be called in Workday terminology as integration system. Right, so that is something we spoke in the first class, or connector. So as it is an interface, you must need some UI, right, selection screen, and then you need the output parameters.
Yeah.
Right, and you would need connectivity details. You have to establish the connectivity between third party to Workday system, right? So all these settings would be done in the interface. In other words, in Workday terminology, integration system. So who would set up this integration system if it is not a real time? So this is something you have to ask your implementers, Workday implementers.
Yes.
Then, once you have the details, then probably you have to take it from there. If it is integration system, and connectivity is established already, then you have to simply go and run that integration system based on the file naming convention. It will pick up the files from your SFTP and then upload it to Workday. And in Workday, you can go to employee and see the benefits. That's how it works. Similarly, 401k, you can go to the employee level and see the 401k information which you are interfaced from the third party. This is how it works. So these two are the important questions which you have to ask. So which medium are you using? So if it is real-time, how does it work? So which service are you using? So based on that service, you could define certain use cases and test it out. Right? So if it is a service, then the trigger would happen from third party. Right? So you need to do this setup in Workday system. This setup is required only if it is batch, so which means through file-based. So if it is file-based, then you have to do the setup, and then you have to ask, okay, what is the integration system name to pull this information from third party, and what are the parameters I have to select, and what are their importance, and then what are the output parameters, rather inbound file which you send it to us, and then how the connectivity works. And then file naming convention. How would be the file naming convention? Around file naming convention, you could prepare positive, negative use cases. So you could try to place files with wrong naming convention and give it a try. So then ideally, your integration system should not pick up those files.
Let me just share my screen for 1 minute. So this is the inbound. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I'm able to see it. Okay. I believe they might have wrote an AAV. Let us see that. Can you click on those 3 dots? Okay, custom report. Oh, okay, they built a report. Okay, so there you go. Can you click on run? Okay, all right. So this report is just to extract the information, whatever you have in Workday system. But this is not a medium to upload the data into Workday system, I believe. Okay, so if you see here, you have company, employee, pay code, date, and so on. So this is after the fact. So which means you have data in Workday system, and then you're using this report to extract the data and verify whether all the information from external system has come to your Workday system. Right? But this is not the medium. I guess they might be using either EAB or integration template. So these are one-time payments, right?
Right.
Right. So yeah, in one-time payment, there are two categories, right? So external one-time payments and then compensation one-time payments. So if it is external one-time payment.
No, just 1 second. Can you write down on the spreadsheet so I can write it down? Please share your screen and write it down. That's the main thing I wanted to learn from you. Please.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay. So in addition to these, okay, I am presuming that your company is also having certain interfaces to involve the data, right? So as I told you, one-time payments has two categories. So we'll deep dive into next session anyways. One-time payments. So these are bonuses, right? So one-time payments. So if they are compensation-based, then pretty much you define those things in Workday ecosystem. Okay, because you have compensation structure established in Workday, and then based on that, you're giving these one-time payments.
You're right. No, you're right. Those are under compensation plan. You're right.
Right. So those can be again amount-based, percentage-based, or unit-based. If I want to give some bonus, one-time employees extraordinarily doing well, so I want to give some bonus, $2,000. Right. So then I could manage it in Workday itself, or I want to give 10% of historical base pay as one-time payment. Right. So 10% is person-based. Right. So then again, you have a compensation structure within Workday, so you don't need to bring it from external system. Another category is the external one-time payments. Okay. So for these payments, you cannot calculate, which means you can receive the end input, but you cannot calculate these payments because your system is not capable of calculating those things. So, for an example, stock award interpretation. You could define that, but let's say if you want to implement a full-fledged stock module, then you must be having some other system, right? So it could be fidelity, it could be something else. So fidelity. Right, so fidelity calculate the final number. Okay, so employee got 4 stocks, and 4 stocks, $100, $400, and I have to pay to the employee in INR $400 into some X amount, and then this is the final amount which you have to pay. So which means all these calculations would be managed in fidelity, and then fidelity will interface the one-time payments to your Workday system. Right? So those are called as external one-time payments. So for this, I believe they might be using either EABs, okay, either EABs, and EAB again, there are two ways to upload this EAB data. EAB can be uploaded in real time, right? So through service or through batch. We have a dedicated session in EAB, so we can see that how does it work. But these are the two mediums. So you have to ask them. Okay, so how the data got uploaded into Workday system, and do they have any more details? If they're using batch, you have to ask them EAB name. Which EAB name are you using? If it is real time, then you don't need to worry anything, but you have to understand the process. Okay, how do you kickstart this process in fidelity system? And then your job would be just running that report. You're showing one report, right? And ensuring that all the one-time payments, whichever they set from fidelity, is reflecting it in Workday system or not. Okay.
Yeah,
with me?
No, that's what I was looking for. So let me just break it down. So for all the inbounds, I need to ask them this, not for the top two. For benefits and 401k, I'm not going to ask them. For travel and tuition, I'm going to ask them if they are one-time payment. I know travel and tuition. Tuition is compensation based. Tuition is compensation based.
Okay. If it is compensation based, then would they use Workday system of record or the third party system of record?
That comes from the third party, and then we load it.
Okay. So are these OTPs, one-time payments?
I'll just show you the EDCO. EDCO is the tuition.
Okay. I believe that
is one-time payment.
All right. Right. Okay. Yeah. Got it. Yeah. Then you have to ask the details for these two. All right.
They just validated and told me to validate it. But you're right. I need to know what I'm validating. If I don't know that, then it can create issues for me down the line. That, hey, what should I be checking?
Yeah. If it is just matter of validation, then you have a report, right, which you just showed it to me. You have to take a dump of the report. You can download the data into Excel. Right? So in the top left corner, top right corner, you'll be having an option to export. You export that into Excel and also ask your client to get the data from third party, whichever they send. And then produce it.
Yes, you're right. You're right. When I did this, I got the file from the vendor in a computer. It got loaded, and the dates were messed up. And I said the dates are wrong. The dates they were putting was in the file got loaded in the middle of October, and it was putting 10/29 date. I said, no, the open pay period right now is 9/15 in the system. It's not 10/29. That's my mistake. Then they went back and fixed it. But my thing is no. This has to be right.
Fantastic. Yeah.
I just wanted somebody to, say, yeah, you're right. Then you have more confidence in yourself than you're talking to the person who say they've been working 3 to 4 years. Then you can say, no, this is wrong. You need to check it out and let me know. Then they say, oh yeah, shoot, we have a mistake. So you're saying I should just run the report and I can run the report and get everything out of it.
Yeah, exactly. If you're expected to just validate the data, right, and that report, you have to ask two questions. Okay, one, what is the responsibility? Okay, responsibility is clear. Just validate the data. Two, is that report correct? Right. So sometimes that report also would be on cost. Right. So that would be a report that report might have created by some implementation team in Workday, and for some reason they didn't write the rules correctly. So if that is giving wrong results, and if you're complaining against, then it would be on cost. So that is another way. And the third way is you could take certain employees manually, right, and check it in the system. So I'll show you where you can check the one-time payment. Do you know where do you see the external one-time payments at employee level?
You get access to the system now?
No, I will show you. I got it. I will show you. Yeah. So before getting into the system, let us quickly finish it. The outbound we passed by 28 minutes. So outbounds, most of the times, the master data, right? So what you send out is the master data, whatever you have in Workday system, right? So how will you send this master data? I understand from you that you're using PECI connectors.
Right.
PECI connectors. And on top of this, you said you do not have time, you do not have any other modules in Workday. So you just have master data export. Fantastic. So if it's just master data export, then you must be having PECI connectors. These connectors would be global in nature, which will take across all countries, country specific.
Okay. I'm going to show you my screen again. Let's talk about those. Okay? Just wait a second. Let me share my screen again. And I'm going to show you. Tell me it is global connector or it is country specific, because they were saying this is country specific, but I don't think so. It's one. Okay, you can see my screen now, right?
Yeah, I am. Yes.
Okay, so tell me how to check it is a global connector and they made some changes, or is country specific connector?
Okay. Yeah. So actually, no, there are two ways, but in these two ways, you cannot 100% guarantee. Okay. So the factors what controls whether it is country versus global connector, the input. Right. So you have to schedule this connector. Right. So while scheduling, I can input only Canada specific pay groups. right? So in UI of this connector, you can input the pay groups to whomever you want to extract the data, right? So we'll come back to that. Don't get in there now. We'll come back to that. So that is one way. In that way, what happens is, although your connector is global in nature, you could extract only Canada-specific employees data because you're inputting only Canada pay groups, right? So that is one way of controlling it. So that is how usually people control it on top of the settings. So in settings, you would be having a country. You just scroll it down. Integration attributes. Scroll it down a bit. Go to integration attributes. Yes. Scroll it down. Can you make that integration attributes big? You can click on expand screen. Right, towards right. Yeah, there you go. Just expand the screen. Okay. Yeah, there you go. See, payroll country is Canada. You see that? Payroll country.
Okay, Canada.
Yeah. So this is another check. Okay, so you could see that, okay, Canada is my country. Yeah, I think then they are correct. So which means they have country specific connectors.
They are country specific connectors. Okay.
Yeah, this is country specific connector. That's correct. And the payroll vendor is Cloud Pay. So I believe they might be using file-based transmission, right? So this would trigger a file, and then it goes to Cloud Pay as a FTP or FTP, and then Cloud Pay would pull that information and consume it. That's how it works. Okay, fantastic.
Thank you. Now you can. Okay, so it's country. That's how you check it. Okay, I didn't know how to check it.
Yeah. Just put any employee in Canada.
Okay, let me get one employee from Canada. Just 1 second.
From that report, right? So the one-time payments to whomever.
No, that was only for US.
It's right. Take USM. Take US employee.
Or take US employee. Okay. Where should I put it? Canada employee.
Take US employee and go back and put it in the search. Just go back. I'm not here.
Pardon me?
Quickly go back.
No, I didn't go back.
Yeah, there you go. Instead of PECI, put that employee. Yeah. Okay, click on that employee. And actions. Click on actions. Scroll it down. Payroll. Click on payroll. Yeah. View input. No. Cancel. You have to click on view input. Payroll or view input. Second one from the list. It's okay. Yeah. Started probably give 01/01/2021. Let's see from January. Okay. All right. That's okay. Click on OK. That's fine. Okay. There are no payroll inputs for this employee. So if there are any payroll inputs for this employee, then you have to check it from here. So then you have to match up with your interface. Okay. Your interface will extract the information from here, and then you have to match up that information against with the vendor's interface. This is another manual mechanism of testing, right? So this is how you have to validate your report. Whether you are giving the right.
I run a report actually. I ran a report and I compared with the file.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then which means you're taking that report as a system of truth, right? So
yes.
Sometimes that report might be on pause, right? So the report might not give the correct results. Of course, it might give, but it might not as well. So the other way to check, just randomly for certain employees, is go here and see the payroll input, and then also compare with your report output. So if that report output is correct, then you're good. So you're good with the report. You're 100% confident that your report is giving the right information. And then you match that up with the vendor interface, then compare it. So let's say vendor says, hey, no, I sent you the right information, but somehow your report is not showing the right information. Right? So this could be a scenario as well. How would you validate in that case?
Yes.
Right. So in that case, you have to go to the employee and see the one-time payment over here, and then see your report. Okay. Is report giving the same information what you have here? Right. If it is giving, then the data input might have went wrong. Right. So you can show it to your vendor saying that, hey, this is what the data stored at employee level in Workday. So might be the input itself. While inputting this data itself, something went wrong. Right. So in your system, the data is showing like this. But in Workday system, the data is showing like this for this employee. So which means it is evident that the data input itself is wrong. Something might have gone wrong. So can you send the data again? So you
right.
Right. So vendor send this data again. You update the data, and then again you run the data using your report, and then match it up. That's how you have to check.
Thank you.
So far we have discussed about the organizations, right? Positions and jobs, right? In the last two classes.
Correct.
Let me show you. Let me show you how to create a position and how to create a job. Right? So at high level. Okay. So communication is a very key aspect, right? So we are implementing HR module to manage one of the key aspects with respect to employees, that is pay. Right? So the communication can be paid and managed in several ways. It depends upon their geographic location, depends upon their organization structure, depends upon their level, depends upon their grade, and so on. So these are all different elements, right? So that's the reason the setup, the implementation of communication is very key to have a successful communication payment would be made to the employees. Right? So we'll see what are all the different elements and different artifacts you would find in the communication module of Workday. So I would say the communication itself is a submodule or kind of big module within Workday ecosystem. So you would be having basic communication, and also you would be having advanced communication. Okay, so advanced communication in itself is a new course or is a different course altogether to understand the deep of communication structures, communication rules, communication allowances, and so on. So in this session, we will cover at high level. Okay, so first of all, what is it, right? So what is a communication structure, and how does it link to employee position? And what all the different aspects you have to consider during your testing. Right? So our main goal is to to find out the different use cases and different possibilities, different scenarios which would help for your testing to cover and to encounter. Right? So that's the main goal. So towards that, we will see the deep as much as we want. Right? So instead of going to the level of advanced communication, what the Workday course has. Right? So the communication will be having these many artifacts. Right? So it has a communication package, and it has communication job-related reports. So after setting up the communication, you can test it through reports. Okay? You could assign the package to certain employees and run those reports and see whether the configuration is working as expected or not. Okay? If your job is to validate the configuration also. And then eligibility rules. So eligibility rules are actually the controls to control who should get what. Right? So in an organization, there could be several types of employees. Right? So could be management employees, could be entry-level employees, could be executive employees. All these are different employees. Right? So different kinds of employees. So different kinds of employees should get different kinds of payments, different kinds of allowances, different kinds of one-time payments. So do I manage this through manual assignment? Let's say if I have 9,000 employees, do I provide all these allowances, the compensation management manually? So that be possibility. It's a question.
No, that's not possible.
Right. So, it is not. So, which means you have to create a package, probably at level, along with necessary eligibility rules, and then assign that compensation package to that group of employees. So that, and then compensation elements. So we'll see that. So compensation elements are the mediums to link up your payroll system and Workday. Okay. So although you create the compensation allowances or packages, you'll not be able to interface the data unless you tie it up with the compensation element. So compensation element is nothing but a wage type or pay component. Okay. In SAP terminology, this is a wage type, and in general terminology, it's a pay component. We'll see that as well. Combination balance and package. So we'll see all these with an example. So I prepared a very good example for you, so that you can understand it in a good fashion, and also you can try to do the same while preparing your test scripts. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. So the topmost component in combination structure is combination package. Okay. So once you define all the underneath elements, you define a big package. So the best practice is, no matter what, how big organization you are and how many countries you are in your organization, usually there would be one big combination package. Okay, one package. Let's say if I manage a company, and then I would be having one combination package. And within that package, I would manage combination structure to different group of employees based on eligibility rules. Okay, so I set up different eligibility rules and compensation grades, and then manage my payment. So that's how the usually combination package would be created. So we'll see that. If some of these terms are new, don't worry. I will show it to you practically in the system and also with the example. Okay. So the compensation package, right? So this is a grouping of compensation grades and compensation plans. Okay, this is a grouping of compensation grades and plans. You see that there are two terms, right? Compensation grades and compensation plans. So compensation grades are the ones which controls the payments to the different employees with the localization. Okay, meaning I have management employees in US, I have management employees in Canada. So what I do is I create two grade profiles for them. One grade profile for US management employees and another grade profile for the Canada management employees. And then define the pay ranges, right, for those employees, and then use those grade profiles based on the country of employee. Right, so that is what we configure in compensation grades. That's what the compensation grade means. This is one component. And another component is compensation plans. Right? So usually any organization would be having two types of payments. Right? So the payments would be defined at annual level, annually. Right? So if it is casual employee or regular employee or salaried employee, then they would be having annual compensation breakup. Right? So you would be having some salary structure which would be given to you on annual basis, and then that annual salary would be break it up according to different facts, and then paid on monthly basis or paid on weekly basis or bi-weekly basis based on your pay group. Right? So that is one category of employees. This would be given to more kind of white collar employees, right? So whose pay scale or pay salary is on annual basis. And there would be second category of employees who are kind of expected to pay on hourly basis. Right? So these are more kind of blue collar employees. Right? So their payment would be decided based on the amount of work they do with the organization. If they work for 4 hours, they get the 4 hours of money. If they work for 6 hours, they get 6 hours of money. Right? So that's how the compensation would be defined to those set of employees. Right? So then the allowances, one-time payments, and different payments, right? So in other words, wage types in SAP terms,
yes,
would be decided under compensation plans. Okay, so based on your association with the organization, whether you're salaried or a part-time employee, then the compensation plans would be decided. Okay, so all the wage types or pay elements would be configured under compensation plans. Okay, so that's the reason it is a grouping of grades when you do the localization part of it, and then compensation plans. So where you create all the wage types or pay elements which you're supposed to pay to the employee. Right? So these two would give a package. And then that package would be used by compensation administrator or finance team. Right? So finance team most of the times would be the compensation administrators, and they provide the compensation package at time of hiring or at time of hikes. Okay? And these two are the important elements which we have to aware. That's what we spoke about, the combination of all compensation components in a package. And then using compensation eligibility rules enables the system to recall the components into employees' compensation during staffing activities. Right? So when it says staffing activities, it could be hire, it could be transfer, it could be promotion. Right? So all those are staffing activities. So during those staffing activities, you also have to consider the compensation as well. So you're kind of promoting an employee from one level to other. Then definitely you have to give compensation hike. Right? So during the process, you have to select the new compensation package, which is supposed to give it to the employee after hike. Right? So that's the reason it is key. When you create a plan, you must also add it to a package. So the plan would be created first, then attached to a package. Then it would be called as compensation package. Okay. This is the compensation package. So let us go to an example here. Okay, let me cover this slide and then we can jump onto an example so that it will be more clear. So if you see here, the middle one is a compensation package. You see, it has different kinds of plans, right? So it consists of different kinds of plans: salary plan, merit plan, allowance plan, bonus plan, hourly plan, unit salary plan. So these are all different kinds of plans which exist in an organization. Okay, so all these plans would be given to a single employee. Just a question. All these plans would be given to. Yeah.
Can you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry.
Yeah. So these are the different kinds of plans which exist in an organization. Then all these plans would be given to a single employee?
No. Because you have salary plan, then you have hourly plan, right? So salary plan will be for salary employees, and hourly plan will be for an hourly employee. Now you can say, okay, unit salary plan is something else. Commission will be for anybody. Commission can. Let's start from the salary plan. Right? Salary is for non-exempt employees. Merit plan can be used for salary and for hourly employees. Allowance plan can be used for both of them. Bonus plans can be used for both of them. Commission can be used for both of them. Salary stock plans can be used for both of them. Period salary is going to be only for the non-exempt employees.
You're correct. Pretty much, right? So here, this picture, this diagram is explaining that, okay, these many plans might exist in an organization, all put together, no matter what, right, whether the employee is salaried or hourly employee, right? So first thing is, you have to define all the plans which would work for your business. It depends on the type of workers you have, right? So this is one element. And then in the same box, you would see the bottom as grades, right? So the grades would define the localization. Okay, so how to control these? How do you want to assign these plans to your different sets of employees? Right. So then you're supposed to consider the localization. You're supposed to consider the employee designation. Right. So employees would be at different levels. Right. So and you have to consider those things. So where do you control that? Right. So first you define the grades. Right. So in grades, you have to define the localization part of it. Okay, it is US, and then my grade, my salary range is this. If it is India, then my salary range is this for this group. Okay, and then eligibility rules is the one which controls it. Okay?
Correct.
Eligibility rules and the grade profiles would give you an employee with the entitlement. Okay, these two combinations would give you the entitlement. Okay, whether the employee is entitled for salary plans plus allowance plans plus stock plans, or that employee is just entitled for hourly plan. Right? So these two combinations would give you this. Okay, so that is the reason.
Yeah, start from the left, right? If now it is going to depend upon what type of job he has, what kind of country. In some, U.S. is the mostly the country where you have going to have hourly employees. Rest of the countries are, rest of the world usually have salary for everybody. So
absolutely,
it depends upon country, location. Then we're going to go to family and job profile. It starts with country and then location.
Absolutely. So these are different rules which you could define in eligibility rules. Okay. So how can I define the eligibility rule? And so I can define it based on job family, job profile, or country, or location. So you can do all these controls through eligibility rules. And so this is how your compensation package would be created in an organization. Okay, so if you want to perform a thorough test by covering all these different aspects, then you have to understand your system first. Okay, so and then build test data to cover all these kinds of plans, all these kinds of eligibility rules, and all these kinds of different compensation elements, and then see whether you're getting the PECI output correctly in different scenarios as per your organization expectation. Okay, so that's the reason I'm going a little deeper. So understanding of these.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, is key to have.
Yeah, that's the key, right?
Yeah, this is key. This is very hard, right? So this is part of your testing. Yeah, and then each and every plan would be tied up with a compensation element, which is nothing but wage type or pay code.
Right.
So you assign a plan, but okay, if you want to interface the data to third party, how can your third party will be able to understand that, okay, this is a salary plan, this is a merit plan? They can't actually understand by looking at the description. So they don't know the description, what does it mean? This description is there in Workday, but not in the third party. Right? So you would need some codes or you would need some more information about it. So then what would be your linking part? The linking part would be the compensation element. Each and every plan should be having a distinct element.
Correct.
So this is key. So sometimes the system would be messed up by using the same compensation element with multiple plans. That is the wrong way of implementation. Okay? So the best methodology is have a distinct compensation element or distinct plans and then interface it. If you're using third-party payroll or the Workday payroll, that's the best practice. Workday recommends. Okay. This is again definition. So would that be sufficient if I define a combination element and give that combination element or plan to the employee? Would that be sufficient to my third party? Would that come out in PECI file? Again, a question to you.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking. Just give me a second. No, my first question is, okay, so you're saying if you assign one compensation element, no, but no, you have to know the external code to match it, to map it up to their code. So there should be a link.
That's correct. So this is another missing. Okay, in testing, people might be figuring it out. Okay, people will assign the salary plan and try to extract the information in PECI. That employee will not show up.
That's what happened. That's 2 weeks ago. That's what happened. They assigned it, but when PECI was not grabbing it, and then finally I figured it out that there should be a link between them.
Yeah,
and then we forgot about that. Oh, okay, then if you forgot about it, then you're always blaming me for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so this element can be attached to either earning or deduction. Okay, mostly earnings, but it can be attached to, it's not here in this example I showed just earnings, but this element can be earning, parts of your earnings or parts of your deductions too. Let's say in India, we pay something to PF organization, right? So pension fund organization. That is a deduction. That's not an earning code from the package. as a deduction code. So then that should be mapped to deduction, not the earnings. Right? So this is the key to extract the information into PECI. Unless you create this mapping configuration between combination element and the external bridge code, then this will not be extracted into PECI or the off. Okay, or core character if you use that. Okay, so this is another aspect which you have to keep it in mind. And then the best practice here again is use the external earning codes, whatever you have in the third-party system. So if you're using CloudPay as a payroll system, use the CloudPay codes directly, so that you could avoid the mapping in CloudPay system between the earning codes which comes from Workday and CloudPay. Right? So rather you could directly consume that code as it is, and then process that pay element. And so that's an advantage. So here the suggestion is use these codes while mapping with your third-party codes. Okay, so if I want 1100 as a base pay code to my SAP system, then map that 1100 to the respective combination elements under external earning codes, and then get the information, so that it would yield to kind of desired output, and you could get rid of additional mapping either in the integration maps or in your third-party system. That's an advantage. That's the best practice. Okay.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Discussed about compensation, right? So we've discussed about the high-level components of compensation structure and then compensation package, right? So we said that the compensation package is a combination of compensation grades and compensation plans, right? So compensation grades are the ones who take care of the localization. Compensation plans are kind of the plans which take care of every pay component, right? So be it a salary plan, allowance plan, one-time payment plan. So that's what we discussed, right? So compensation plan is a kind of another kind of package, mini package, which would consist of all the nitty-gritties of employee pay components, right? So we'll see all those different components in the system live, so that you would get a better picture. And then finally, once you have the setup ready, then the bridge between payroll and the Workday is the earnings codes mapping, right? So you have to go to maintain external payroll earnings or maintain external deductions as, and then you have to match the Workday compensation element and external system base type or pay component. So from there, it will understand that, okay, these pay components has to go out, and then it would be extracted when you extract the information via PECI. So that's how it works. So let's get started and see how does it work in the system, right? All right. So this is my homepage, and let's see our example. So what we are trying to do here. Okay. So this is the compensation structure which I've created for GMS organization, right? So as we discussed, every organization would be having a unique compensation structure, right? So usually an organization do not create too many compensation structures. Okay. Rather, they create one or two or limited compensation structures, and within those compensation structures, they control it through different elements like eligibility rules or country restrictions or different grades or different plans. So that's how usually organizations do create the compensation structures. Okay. So in this example, what I'm trying to do is, so GMS has two wings. Okay. GMS has management wing and non-management wing. So let's assume that the management wing has a bands. Okay. So if the bands of GMS organizations are 1 to 6, okay, so 1 is software engineer, 2 consultant, right? So 3 assistant manager, 4 manager, 5 director, 6 senior executive, 7 president, right? So let's assume that the structure of GMS is like this, and the level 4 and above are the management category. Okay, so I want to define a structure of the management category, manager and above. And then I want to define another structure for non-management employees. So for G4 band below, right? So I want to define the salary structure and perk structure for those employees separately. Okay, so this is my requirement. So these are the 2 different sets of employee groups I have. And within these 2 sets, I have 2 different organizations. I have India organization and I have USA organization. Okay, so if you observe, majority of the companies are moving towards global job architecture. Okay, so earlier the jobs used to be defined at country level or the region level within that country, but now the companies are moving away by using Workday, SAP, SuccessFactors, or Oracle Fusion systems, because they are giving better opportunities for the customers to define and align their org structure globally instead of managing it locally, right? So that saves a lot of cost, and that saves a lot of confusions around these job structures or organization structures, and also that gives better visibility to understand the different aspects of the employees by using the reports. Okay, so that's the reason I said I use the same grade across India and US. So software engineers I have in US, software engineers I have in India, but I would define the different grade profiles for them. But still, I use the grade name as non-management. So these are the grades, right? So here, if you observe what we are trying to achieve, here we are trying to achieve to create two grades with localization, right? So
Correct.
Eligibility is localization. I have India, I have US. And I also would like to define the max and min cappings. So what would be the band of these employees? So what's the band of management employee? So the band is 1,000 thousands and 9,000 thousands INR, right? So if it is a non-management category, then the band is 500,000, 600,000 INR, right? So if the band in USA, then it would be 50,000 and 150,000 USD, right? So here currencies are also there. So this is what I want to achieve through grade profile and grade name. Okay, so this is one aspect. So this is how we have to define the grades across countries. And the next table
is the compensation.
Absolutely. I'm trying to achieve the compensation plan structure. So I do have different plans in my organization, right? So I have blue collar and I have white collar employees. So for white collar employees, I want to define the salary plan, and for blue collar employees, I want to define the hourly plan. And then on top of that, these are the compensation structures, right? So the basic compensation structures. On top of basic compensation structure, I want to define certain allowances. Those allowances are also having eligibility rules. So they are not straightforward. Like, the car allowance is not allowed for all the employees. So I want to give it for only management employees. The employees who are manager and above, I want to give it to them, only them, right? So what I want to give, and whether it is amount or percentage, is something you could find it here. And the frequency, this is also important. And then the currency. Similarly, stock allowance. So I want to give it to only USA management employees. Again, here we have one more condition. This is management category, but only US. And then here, is it amount based or percent based? This is percentage based, 3%, 3% of total base pay. And then the frequency is annually, and the currency is USD. So here I want to define the compensation plan structure, right? So we have a grade structure, we have a plan structure. That's it. So, and then I would match up those two by creating a compensation package. So I have a GMS package, and this is for all employees, and I would be having these two. And with eligibility rules, automatically the employees would be taken care and put them into appropriate bucket. Right, appropriate buy. So this is how usually organizations define their compensation structures. So in your testing also, if you have already this data available, probably you could prepare the test scripts surrounding. If not, you have to ask this. Definitely they might be having their blueprints, implementation blueprints, and accordingly you have to define the use cases surrounding to all these use cases.
Wait. You heard my where you told something which is very, very painful for me. They said there is no blueprint document for this project.
Okay.
And I asked them, and then the project manager got so upset at me. Why are you asking this kind of question? You're trying to embarrass me. But in every project, you got to have, even 100 employees, you got to have a project plan.
Absolutely.
If you don't have a project plan, how to move, what's the requirements and everything, they don't have it.
Okay. Then you have to go, probably if I were you, what I do is I take some of these examples and say to them, hey, in Workday and in payroll, there could be n number of requirements. For example, this is one of the requirements. So if there is no document then how can I understand what plans you're supporting, what kind of employees you have, and what are the pay ranges, and what to test, right? You with me? Okay.
Look,
I
was talking on the mute.
Okay, so what I was saying is, if I were you, what I do is, I take this as an example, and also I will put some more examples and go to them saying that, hey, in Workday and Payroll, these many combinations of scenarios are possible. So to prepare the test scenarios, I would need your combination structure, your rules. So how can I understand without any document?
Let me give you an example. For India, we have to go live on 11/14th, right? Mm-hmm. So there's no compensation plan, there's no one-time payments. And what the project manager saying, no, run few employees just without compensation plan and test that out. No, it's wastage of my time. Then if something is, that's what happened with Singapore. We started in July. There was no compensation plan. There's no one-time payments, anything. So we started out with the hires and transfer and termination. Then we stopped. Then it took them 1 month and a half. Then when we come back, I have to retest everything.
Okay, it's really painful, right?
It's very painful because you don't know what happened to the intro. So you got to test everything, retest everything. Everything you can do in 2 chunks, and you're gonna be done with it.
Got it. It's fine. I hope the things would be clarified as time passes. But you have to consider these many things while you test the combination.
Exactly.
Structure.
Exactly. It's because I was checking all the recurring compensation codes, one-time payments. If there's a change of the amount, if there's a date change, all those scenarios are tested.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Then
so,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think you're in right direction. So as you brought it up, one-time payments, the useful cases are those only, right? So you have to prepare the use cases about the compensation earnings and deductions, right? So as you said, what would happen if there is a change for the pay code?
Yes.
What happens if there is a change to the amount? What happens if there is a change?
Yes.
Okay. What happens if there is a change to the start date of? And what happens if I do the
date,
you can do allowance? So
yes.
And what happens if I do reskin of allowance?
Yes.
And what happens if what else would be there? Yeah. What happens if I change the cost center of the allowance? So
that cost center change.
Right. So CompND also supports the percentage-based plan. So what happens if you change the percentage? And
no, we have is the fixed amount. All of them are fixed amount.
Okay, then you're good. Okay,
this is pretty easy. Yes,
at least that makes your life a little easier.
Yeah, a little bit easier. But really, it bothered me for July till end of August. I was just sitting over there and saying, okay, when the data I'm going to send, Then you lose interest in the testing. Then you say, if the top management is not worried about it, why should I?
Yeah. Yep. We are worrying, but they're not worrying.
Yeah.
All right. It happens with organizations who do not aware about the power of technology and why they are doing. I think they do not have a proper goals of this project. As a reason, it's going in different direction, right? So let's jump onto the system and see how do we create these different things. So another day we were creating job profiles and somehow we got disconnected, right? So this is one of the prerequisite of having a proper compensation structure. So again, this is a best practice. Usually a position would hold the compensation structure of that particular employee, right? So if organizations are taking position-based staffing model, then they assign all these compensation pay element structure to the position, a job profile. When I say position, indirectly it assigned to the job profile. So that's how they don't need to worry to manage it at employee level. Rather, they would define it at job profile level. And then job profile would be the source of truth for all of this linkage between the position and compensation. This is one of the prerequisites. And I'll take the data. Yeah, I'll take the date as January 1st, 2021 for all of the demos so that we can
January, I'll do 2000, 2000, but everything start of the year.
And that's a good idea because, you would play pro scenarios, you would play with the current scenarios, you would play with the future scenarios. So if you take current date, then it would be tough. You can't play with the retro scenarios. Yeah. All right, great. So we're aligned. So this is the job profile configuration how to create a job profile. So this is how you have to navigate. Create job profile is a task name. And then the moment you go to the task name, you would see all these things. So indirectly, this is a job, right? So job profile is a job, right? So it has a name. So you have to give some name. Probably, let's say, demo underscore manager, right? I want to create a demo manager, and then job code DS, or let's say job code DM followed by 01. The job title default, I don't want to give any default. And here I want to restrict it for probably you're saying you're working on Singapore now or India?
India, yeah.
Let us, restrict it to only country India, so that only Indian employees. If the employee country is India, then only you could use this job profile. You want to put that restriction over here and management level. So this is what is a key to set up over here. Okay, so if you see here, there are bands, right? So you could define these bands. If there is no bands in your system, you could go to the task and define all the bands, whatever you have. So I have rules. Yeah, I have rules here in my Excel sheet saying that I want to give some grade to only the employees who are manager and above, right? So how does system knows whether the employee is manager and above based on this management level? Okay, this is key. This is key.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So if you attach eligibility rule and somehow you're not getting the desired output because of the conflicts between the management level defined over here versus the eligibility rule, what you have created in the compensation grades. So you have to check what's the management level defined over here and what's the step I created in the eligibility rule. If these two matches, then your output would be as desired. But if these two doesn't match, then you will not see that the assigned pay component is coming up in the PECI file. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and job level, I want to skip it. I don't want to give. And job families, yeah, if you have a job family structure, like for IT, I have one family structure. For human resources, I have another structure. For executives, one structure. For sales, another structure. Then you could choose that too, right? So for now, I'm leaving it empty because I want to give this for everyone, for all job families who are manager and above. Company insider, yeah, you can just leave it. Work shift required, you can leave it. All these are, if this job expects other requirements, like, if this job is expected work shifts, then you could mention that. Otherwise, you could make it empty. So I'm saying that this is a regular job, no shifts involved, so it's fine. And the difficulty fill, these are for the requisitions purposes. And then next important element is the compensation assignment over here. See here,
Yes.
So as we were discussing, you no need to define these at employee level, rather define it at a job profile level. And the moment you attach the position, and if you go to compensation, it will auto default based on the grade and profile you attach.
In SAP in org management, if your job, you do either position or job, the pay structure, right? Same concept.
Right. Exactly. So I will also explain you the similarities between SAP structure and this structure. Yeah, exactly. But you're right. And then union membership, it's fine.
Yes.
If it is required, you have to give, because in Europe countries, especially Italy, Spain, there would be unions. So you have to give this union membership details. Job exempt, I want to give it for only India, for India. Workers' compensation code, this is required for US employees and Canada employees. So I'm ignoring it for now. Certifications, you can publish the certifications if you want to allow the employees only when they're certified, or allow the applicants who are certified. Competencies of the applicant, education, languages, responsibilities, skills, training, all these are related to the applicant or employee. So you have to maintain out here. So that's it. And job classification. This is another important thing. Let's say in SAP, right? So I do have business area, employee group, employee subgroup, personal area, personal sub area. Right? But I do not have any placeholder to pull in the employee group, employee subgroup, or personal area, personal sub area. What do? That's where the
classification. Okay, so that's where you assign to employee group and subgroups.
That's correct. So employee groups and subgroups can be created as job classifications, custom job classifications, and then attach the job classification over here. So for an example, these are all my job classification groups I created. So if you see here, employee group 1, and let's see if there is any India job classification group. India seems doesn't have any job classification groups in the tenant. So just for, let's search this way and see if it gives anything. India. Okay, yeah, there is one. So I want to assign this job classification group. So here within this job classification group, I would be having employee group and as well as employee subgroup, right? So which means I'm saying that, okay, if this is the job profile, then put the employee into this, right? So employee group talks about the type of employment, right? So whether it is a regular employee, casual employee, and so on. Employee subgroup is a further category of that employee grouping, right? So those two things are defined over here and attach it to here. So that's how you could even attach info type 1 details like employee group, employee subgroup, personal area, personal sub area, business area, all the things here itself, and job summary, job description. So these are the things you would see while creating a job profile or the existing job profiles. So just to summarize, a job profile would consist of all the organization structures like employee group, employee subgroup, personal area, personal sub area, pretty much info type 1 if you talk about SAP.
Yes.
And then it also would consist of compensation grade and profile. Okay, so compensation grade and profile talks about info type 8, info type 14, and info type 15.
Yes.
Right. So let's say management and India. Right. So I've assigned management grade and India grade profile. Right. So these things have to be defined over here, and these things have to be tested. Okay, so you have to attach this position to the employee while hiring, and then ensure that this is popping up all the default elements, whatever you defined over here. So this must be 1 or 2 test cases you have to consider in testing. Any questions so far? Okay, so I'm just saving it. Done. The job profile is done.
In success, we have foundation tables. If the right foundation table set up correctly, then it's very easy for people to, your system becomes very, very easy.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. The configuration, how means, if you do the configuration perfectly, then the testing life means, the testing phase would be smoother, and also go live would be smoother, and post go live so would be smoother. It all depends on the implementation. So if you do implementation properly, and then rest of the life is pretty simple. But if you make this and then rest of the life would be always patches. Right? So it would be tough. It would be tough to fix all the gaps. So that's for the job profile. And let's quickly create a position. Right? So this is another thing which we have to aware, because this is also linked to the compensation structure. So we have to select the organization, supervisory organization. Probably I have a generic supervisory organization called Hero in my tenant. So I will select it. But usually if you're talking about GMS, then you would be having GMS supervisory organization. Let me see if GMS I have in my tenant. Okay, there is GMS. But let me select that. So this is a test company, so we could use it. So I want to create a position under this and go there. And this is where actually we got stuck in the last demo. We could.
Yeah.
And here I want to create positions, right? So what is your job posting title? I want to say that GMS manager. And I want to create 10 positions.
Yeah, 10 positions, yes.
Right? You could create as many as you want. Usually we create 10, 15. It depends on the use cases you have. And then availability date. So from when this position you want to be available. Okay, so I want this to be available from past date. I don't think I can give. So let's say from today onwards. So first, and that is okay. And when do I want this to be hired at the earliest? So I want to hire this position by 15th November. And then job family, you can give the job family, and job profile, we can give what we have created just now. So we have created I think this is the one we have created. No, recent, let's see. Yeah, training manager, not this one. The job profile. Did you remember by any chance the job profile, what we have created just now?
No.
The manager we have created. Yeah, that's the reason we have to make a note of it.
I should have wrote it down. I'm sorry.
That's fine. It's fine. No worries. Manager. Yeah, here we go. Demo manager. Okay. This is what we have, right? This is what we have created. And location, we said that it is for India. So I want to give it for only India, that to Hyderabad. It's fine. And time type. this is another important aspect, right? So whether it is full-time or part-time, and the worker type, whether it is employee or temporary employee, which is nothing but contingent worker. Worker subtype is fine. It's a permanent employee and difficult to fill. That's it. So these are the informations you would put it in the position. So important aspects here is the job profile, right? So this is a link between your job profile and position. And then indirectly, this is a link between your compensation and position. So because the compensation would be attached to a job profile and the position would be attached to an employee, right? So
Yes.
this is a link. So job profile will be attached to a position and position would be assigned to an employee, right? So
same
job
thing, same
thing.
Yes.
Right. Same thing in SAP. So this is where you see the org information and the compensation information, right? And this is where you see critical details of this position. This is a kind of general description, and this is a most relevant description to that employee, and then position would be assigned to an employee. All these would be inherited to this employee with this work. So that's it. So that is how you can create the positions. You have many options to create the positions. Of course, there's a workflow. The positions, the moment you create it, it's not created in the system because I have to log in McNeil and get it approved. Okay. So do you know how to do it?
Yes, but through proxy.
Yeah, perfect. Proxy. So in the interest of time, I will not show you that. You have to get it approved. Then only that position would be available. Otherwise, while hiring an employee, you're trying to search your position, but somehow you're not able to find because of this workflow, right? So usually there will be a workflow. Right. So that is about the position. So now we have created the job profile and position already. The position you can create it through EAP or you can create it through manually, right? So if you want 100 positions, it wouldn't take just more than 1 minute. Just go there and put 100 and select the category. That's it. So you would have 100 positions available and use them, right? So you're with me?
Yes.
Yeah. And another important aspect here, okay, so can you use the position codes as it is in your testing?
Pardon me, what's the question?
Yeah, can you use the position codes as it is in your testing? An example, here I have manager IT help desk. So can I input?
Okay. In this client, we are using the number and the description, yes.
Right. So any organization component in Workday would be having an integration ID. Okay?
Correct.
So this is a unique ID. The reason being, the manager IT help desk can be duplicated. So if you create one more position with the same description, Workday allows. It doesn't say that, hey, this already position exists with this name. No, it will not. Right. So that's the reason. What is important for the uniqueness is the IDs. Okay. So if you see here integration IDs, you can go to view IDs, and this is the reference number. You have to send it from the third-party system, or if it is outbound from Workday, this is the reference number you have to send from even to the third-party system, so that they will understand. They will not understand the manager IT help desk. Rather, when I say they, either Workday or third-party, the link for this position is this, not this. Okay, so this is another key aspect. So if you are using EABs, this would be one challenge. Okay, so how would you know the IDs of this, right? So that is another challenge.
It is, especially for all cycles.
Yeah, that's a challenge. So for that, what you can do is, it's a trick, right? So you have to create the positions, and then you have to build a report in Workday to extract the position descriptions, position names, and then the reference IDs. Okay, so that's how you would get all the reference IDs and then use those reference IDs in your EAB.
Yes.
Right? Okay, fantastic.
Right, because actually I'm doing a payroll too, so that's why I have to learn EIDs. Otherwise, I'll be able.
Yeah, great.
I'm going to do the EIDs.
Yeah, and then now let's look at the compensation grade creation, right? The task is create compensation grade. Compensation grade. Yeah, before that, you have to create the compensation elements. So do you know where to create the compensation elements?
Yeah, compensation plan.
Okay, but prior to compensation plan, you have to create the compensation elements, right? You know where to create the compensation elements?
No.
Okay, this is a task. Okay, maintain compensation
element. Okay.
Yeah, so these are all wage types. Okay, so you have to create all the wage types for here, and then give some description, and you can also match it up to the earning, payroll earning, what you're referring to here, right? So these are all the different combination elements we have created for our testing in this tenant. Okay. So here I have to say something. So here we're talking about combination element. This is Workday. Let's talk about SAP so that we'll be able to understand the corresponding component in SAP. So in SAP, what does it mean? What is a combination element means?
It's a wage type.
Yeah, this is a wage type. And we have combination element groups. What does this mean?
We don't have that.
Yeah, you would be having it. Basically, if you want to restrict these for only certain plans, so I want to restrict combination element for only allowances. I want to restrict these combination elements for only one-time payments. Then you could group them together.
In the payroll, we go through the schema. We write PCR that it should be applicable to that employee.
Right.
Also, the wage type progressibility too, yeah. A wage type progressibility, yeah. But that's only for hourly and salary, right? But if you want to dig deeper, then you're gonna go through that rule. Okay.
Yeah, you could do it either ways, right? So you could manage it in the schema, or you could define the wage type permissibility, right? So that you would restrict those wage types to be used only in those info types. So I want few wage types to be used for only info type 8, only info type 14, only info type 15. So that is something you do. Yeah, and then you have grade and grade profile. What is this meaning in SAP?
Oh, it's a pay scale levels and groups.
Yeah, you're right. Pay scale structure, right? So you have a pay scale group, you have a pay scale level, right? So you have pay scale grade, so on. So this is how you have to manage the localization, right? And then what else we have? Yeah. And then you have allowances, right? Compensation, earnings and deductions. So what does it mean?
Compensation, it's gonna be
info type 14.
Info type 14.
And you would be having payroll earnings and deductions. This is also info type 14.
Yeah.
You would be having compensation one-time payments.
That's info type 15.
Info type 15 or info type 267. It is off cycle.
Yeah.
Payroll OTPs. This is again same. Info type 15 or 267. So that's it. So these are all, I believe, the different elements of compensation in Workday, and these are the different structures in SAP. This is how we can understand and correlate the things. And the concept remains same. And this is a mapping between these components. All right. So this is where you create the compensation element. Okay. So this is the first step. So as this is, I don't want to create demo purposes elements because it would be edited. So that is okay, right?
Right, that's okay.
And the compensation grades, this is a task. Create compensation grade, and you have to give from when you want to create the compensation grade. I want to choose my favorite date, that is January 1st, 2021. And I want to have 4 segments. Okay, so between minimum and a maximum, I want to have 4 ranges. Okay, so that I could use those 4 ranges here. And use grade profiles. Yes, I want to use the grade profiles, and then click on OK. Right. So grade name, we can give it to some demo underscore GMS underscore management, right? So this is what we want to create as a first grade, right? And the description, you could give some description and base pay elements. So you could select all the base pay elements, or you could select the base pay element groups. So I want to define everything on total base pay. Okay, it's not there. What's there? Okay, it's not there. Base pay is there. Yeah, base pay is there. I want to create my structure based on base pay, because in India, as I'm talking about India base component means basic pay is a key attribute, right? So be it HRA or PF or pension fund would be deducted based on your base pay, right? So 40% or 50% of your base pay is HRA, 12% is your PF, right? So all those calculations would happen on base pay. So that's the reason I'm putting here base pay as my, and then I want to use INR as a currency and frequency. Yeah, this is where another thing you have to remember. So frequency, if it is a salaried employees, then you have to put usually annual structure. It is very rare that people would create the monthly structure because it would be too much maintenance. Right? So for salaried employees, the structure always would be defined at annual level. Right? So the CTC would be given at annual level. And then if it is you're creating it for part-time employees or the blue collar employees, then choose hourly. Right? So you're defining the grade based on the hourly rate. So then you have to choose this. So for now, I'm creating it for regular employees. So I'm selecting annual, right? So, and here I want to give, accommodation pay range, I don't want to give here. Rather, I want to manage it over here. Okay. So we are saying here from our structure that I have Indian employee, and this is the minimum, and this is the maximum, and this is the currency. So I want to define over here. So India management, which I'm giving some distinct name over here, and then base pay elements. Again, I want to define based on base pay, and then eligibility rules, right? So I want to give it for only Indian employees, country India, currency INR, and then frequency annual, okay? And here our range is this, right? So let me copy here and put it here. That is my minimum, and this is my maximum, right? So minimum segment 4 top is the maximum, and then I click on this, boom. So that's it. So you have to input minimum and maximum, and if you say calculate segments, it would auto create the remaining segments and create you this, okay? So this is how you have to create it for India, and if I want to create it for US, then I have to create one more. So India is done, and I have new profile for US, and then here I have to create for US, right? So USA management, and then here also I want to define based on base pay, eligibility rules. I want to give it for only country US employees, home office USA. Let's see, there is a country US. There you go. And currency, I want to pay them in US dollars, and then frequency again annual, right? So this is a great profile. And then if I want to give the compensation structure, then I have to click on here so that it allows me to define the maximum minimum ranges. So for US employee, okay, I do not have this. This is non-management. Okay, I'm creating management just for testing. Let us add another row. So USA, here again, in management category also, I want to have two ranges for US and India. And then my range is this, okay. Since they're managers, let's give a bit more high range. So this is, I want to put probably 75,000, 90,000. So I want to say this is 90,000 is my minimum annual salary, and then 75,000, 750,000. Yeah, it is too much, but yeah, let's see. Let's give good hike. 750,000. It's fine. And I click on this, then it auto calculates the segment 1, segment 2, segment 3, and midpoint, and give it me the ranges. So these are the 4 ranges. So I've chosen 4 segments. So that's the reason I see 4 here, and this is how you have to create. So here, if you see what we did, so we created two kinds of sets under one grade profile. And in these 2 sets, we are managing localization stuff. I have Indian employees with a different range. I have US employees with a different range. So I created this grade profile, and this would be my grade profile for my entire organization. So if I have four more countries, then you would see 4 more rows. Singapore would be having one structure, UK would be having another structure, and so on. So this is how you have to create. And if you do not know, the different scenarios, as you're saying, you do not have a blueprint, proper documentation, right? So another way is go to the combination grades available in the system. There is a report also out there, and then understand these configuration. And then probably you could define that use cases like this. This is test data preparation, right? So you could define use cases like this. Yeah. This is how you have to create the combination grades, and I will not save it. Just avoid the.
Don't save it.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
All right, sir.
That is it. You said that you are already doing the testing, right? So if you have any questions.
I had one question. Is there a report available where I can see the batch ID? Not the batch ID. Mostly I need a payroll input ID, batch ID, and...
Yeah, there is a report to view all batch IDs. Okay. So you see here, there are other reports as well. You don't delete it, but you can view the batch IDs over here. So this is mainly for payroll reports. So if you want to delete, you can delete it. But here you can see the batch IDs. So this is my test system. So that's the reason I do not have any batch IDs. But if a batch ID has been interfaced through system, then you would see all those batch IDs over here in this drop down.
Okay.
And
one, and I can see employees all earnings and deductions.
Employees earnings and deductions. Okay.
With the dates.
All external. Let's see here. Pay groups. Probably. This is not at employee level. You want it employee level, right?
Correct.
Let's see.
But this is gonna just give me the earning codes, right? I need per employee.
Yeah, exactly. Earnings. Let's reports. And I believe you know how to search this, right? So just give the keyword, and as you want report, just go and see. Yeah, looks like there is no standard report available. Yeah, you have to create one.
Because I'm in M3, I'm a travel client, so I don't have that access.
Okay, you have to create, either you can create a report or you could extract the PECI for all the employees just for communication and then download it into Excel.
Say one more time.
Yeah, so you have to download.
For USA, PG is only for the very limited.
Okay, then that's a challenge. Yeah. So then the only way is you have to develop a report.
The only thing is to develop a report. And
I'll show you. That is an example. Probably when we come to the reports, I'll take that as an example.
Thank you, sir.
Great then. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you. Bye. So we were discussing about the compensation structure, right? So we have an example, but we're not able to create all the components of compensation structure. Let's jump on to that example one more time and see what's pending, and then we'll complete that part of it, practicality. So we had a quick discussion about the compensation structure, right? So compensation structure comprises of grades, plans, and then plans further comprises of different kinds of plans, right? So compensation element plans, unit plans, percentage-based plans, amount plans, and so on. So we created the grade profiles, right? So we created the compensation grades and grade profiles. So this is where we have stopped our session. And we'll quickly look at the salary plans, right? In other words, compensation plans. So where we are, compensation plans, let me see if there is any specific things I've mentioned over here. Okay, yeah. Okay, I think this is a good one. So compensation plans can be two types, right? So salary plans and hourly plans. Salary plans are for the regular employees. Hourly plans are for the part-timers. And then important fields we have to consider while creating the salary plan are these three. Okay, you want to apply full-time employment percentage, right? So there is a checkbox while creating the salary plans, which is something we'll see in a moment. So if you check this box, then what would happen is, if an employee is not working for 100% of his work as expected from his work schedule, then the amount would be prorated. Okay, apply FTE, apply full-time equivalent percentage. So automatically this checkbox would apply the proration, and then prorated amount would be extracted and sent over. If this checkbox is unchecked, then the proration will not be applied, even if employee is not working in his full capacity. And that's the functionality of this checkbox. Usually it would be on for salaried employees and hourly employees, but this is one thing we have to check. If the compensation is not coming as expected, then they have to set up this attribute, this element. And then exclude from merit. If an organization uses advanced compensation management module in Workday, that's a sub-module, then they can do a mass merit increases. Right, so I have a hike cycle. Let's assume that that's in September or in April. So I need to give mass hikes to the entire population, right? So I cannot do it manually. So there could be clients whose employees are huge in size, like Walmart, right? So UTC and so on. Their employees are in millions. So doing it manually would be a big activity. It's a kind of nearly impossible task. So that's the reason what compensation administrators does, they'll set up the merit plans. Okay, so if an employee falls in this category, then the merit plan would be like this. So I want to give 5% of merit to these set of employees under these circumstances. So they do set up the employees along with the necessary eligibility rules and also the portion of merit they want to give. Right, so this is something would be used only when an organization using advanced compensation, but most of the organizations does this task. Okay, So if you want to exclude it from that merit plans, then you have to tick it, because those are separate plans which we have to create. So if you want to de-link the plans with what you're creating from here, then you have to check this box. And then to do this, if I want to edit these salary plans, the existing salary plans, then this is a task, edit salary plan.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see that in the system instead of in the PowerPoint. Let's jump onto the system. You're able to see my Workday screen, right?
Right.
All right. So did we see on how to maintain the compensation elements?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So as we discussed, compensation element is a medium, right? So to interface the pay components of Workday to third party.
Right. Maintain external. Yes.
Right. So first step is, you have to create the compensation elements in the system in Workday. So if you have salary plans and if you have allowance plans, you have to first understand the concepts of, the client compensation structure, and accordingly divide into different pay components. So for an example, you are doing the testing for India, right? So in India, you see the pay components. Which kind of pay components you would see? You would see a basic pay. Right. You would see HRA, right? You would see PF, right? Provident fund. And what else? You would see any bonuses if the client has special bonus. And you would see PPF. This is public provident fund. This is a separate category. PF is one category and PPF is another category in India. Okay. And these are earnings, right? So these are employee earnings. And there would be deductions. Okay, I have to put this PF as a deduction. PPF is also a deduction. Right. And then we would be having a GST, localized tax, and call it as fine employee tax. And then any other great benefits and so on. This depends from company to company. But usually there would be these many components. These are the basic components. You would find it in any Indian organization. Right. So who's operating from India country. So if the pay elements are these are all pay elements, right? So which means you have to create the compensation elements for these first. In SAP, these are wage types. In both, these are all compensation elements. So first step, you have to create these as compensation elements in Workday. And let's take probably allowance as well. Okay, I want to give a core allowance to this employee, and also shift allowance. For an example, shift allowance and also a bonus, project bonus. He's doing exceptionally well, so I'm giving him a project bonus every month, some portion of his basic pay, right? So correct. You with me? So these all goes to Infotype 8. Right. These all goes to Infotype 8.
And those will go into 15. No. A car allowance, shift bonus, shift bonus will go to 8, but car allowance will go to 14. Shift bonus is usually in 8, because the shift bonus is, you get $1 if you work that shift. If you get $2 if you work that shift. So that's why people have that shift allowance in number 8, in Infotype 8. Or in 2010, it's going to come from the Chronos or from some other type. So from other time systems.
Okay. So usually if there is any such dependency, then it goes to Infotype 8 or 2010, as you said. But if it is fixed, right? So there will be fixed work schedules. So my work schedule would be 2 to 11, right? So 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. So unless there is a deviation, so that's a standard work schedule. Then, as long as I'm working in that shift, then I would be entitled to get the shift allowance. So in that case, it goes to Infotype 14. But you're right, it depends. It either goes to Infotype 8 or Infotype 14, or as a calculated time to Infotype 2010. Right? So a client is using the third-party punch-in, punch-out systems, like as I said, Chronos, then they would be calculating the time, additional shift time, and sending it across. Then that would be an input. This would be for the employees and clients who are using positive time management. And then project bonus, it goes to Infotype 15.
Correct.
Right? So this is how the input would come from the HR system, right? So this is the input, and this is the target info type, if you take SAP as an example. And these are all deductions. So in payroll, you would see the wage elements here. Rather, we don't need to create any pay elements as such. Either these can be indirectly evaluated or can be calculated in payroll. It depends on how you set up the system. right? So that's how we perfect. So with me.
Yes.
So how to create all these pay elements, right? So in Workday, there's a task called maintain compensation elements.
Right.
So here we have to create all the compensation elements, whatever you have in your organization. So yeah, these are all the compensation elements already exist in my test system. So you'll see here, but they are not as per the naming convention here, like as for comp element one, because we created this for testing purposes. Okay, so we don't need to provide the exact element over here. The advantage in creating the elements like this is, you could use this element for US, you could use this element for India when you're testing, right? So if you put exact element basic pay India, then pretty much you have to use it for India only, because the naming convention might confuse you if you use it for the US. So that's the reason you can. It's up to you how you create during testing. If your testing also expected to follow the actual naming convention, then you have to follow the naming convention created. So this is something the compensation implementation team will take care of. So, but you need to have which elements you can use during testing.
Correct.
So that is something you can get it from here.
Right.
And there is a concept called 13th and 14th month pay, right? So in certain countries it is allowed, especially in Europe countries, right? So in such case you have to create the period salary plan. That's a different concept, along with salary plans and hourly plans, period salary plan. So that period salary plan would need an element called 13th and 14th month. I'm not sure if this is a use case in your testing. Is it a use case? 13th and 14th month plans?
No.
No? Okay, cool. No. Then we are good. So this is where you have to create all those things. If you want to create a new elements, just click on plus. It gives you a placeholder. Where we go? Where did I do that? Okay, it's on top. Okay, here. Just provide the pay element which you want to create, or compensation elements. So I want to say special bonus, special project bonus. Just give the name like that. Element description, you can provide the description. So when would you like to give this special project bonus, and how do you want to use this special project bonus in the system, right? And then you have to create the payroll earning, because this is the key. Okay, so this is one configuration you have to do it. If you want to interface this information to third party, unless you do this, it will not be interfaced. So this is one step, and there is one more configuration which you have to do. So these two configurations are key to interface these pay elements. Earnings for compensation pay elements. So there are already many earnings which exist in our system. So for now, I select just one, but ideally I have to create a fresh payroll earning. So let me select India special allowance. Okay, I've selected this. That's it. Provide some description over here. So this is applicable to only India salary plans. Something sort of that, so that it would be quite clear to the other implementation teams or test teams to know about this special element, right? So this is how you have to create. Just click on OK, and then it will allow you to use this element in your salary plans. That's a simple configuration.
Correct.
Yeah. So we are done with the compensation elements creation. And then, so in the interest of time, I'm not creating all these compensation elements. Rather, I would use the elements what we have in the system.
Correct.
Let's jump on to compensation plans, right? So the first one, salary plan. So see here, you have a period salary plan and a salary plan.
Correct.
Okay. As I told you, the difference between these two is salary plan is the regular salary plan, and period salary plan is the one would come into play if a country expects 3rd month, 14th month pay, right? So employees, that's a kind of bonus, right? So if I work for 12 months, then I would be eligible for 13-month pay. Okay, so that's as good as 1 month salary, 1 month additional salary. In Europe, that's a statutory requirement. So you have to pay to the employees as a bonus, 1 month or 2 month bonuses, if an employee fulfills your requirement working for an organization for an year without break, right?
Okay.
Yeah. And then this is a report. If you want to see all the salary plans, then you can see the salary plans for this report, salary plan and report. See here.
Yeah, salary plan report, yeah.
Yeah. So for now, let us create a salary plan. So I'll use my favorite date, 2021, January 1st. And then plan name, I want to say this as GMS salary plan, right? And I would say for exempt employees, that's okay. Yeah, a GMS salary plan, and this plan is for the regular employees, all regular employees. This plan is for all the regular employees of country India, right? So eligibility routes. So if I want to restrict for only India, right? So this is a place where I can restrict. So country India. So which means, if I want to use this plan, then I can use it for only Indian employees. So it automatically checks the country of that particular employee while providing the compensation, and it will restrict you. If you're trying to assign this plan for US employee, then you'll not be able to see it in the drop down. So you will see this plan only for Indian employees drop down if the country matches because of these eligibility rules. And the compensation elements. So on what basis you want to create the compensation structure? Usually it would be base pay or total base pay. The element is base pay because your other components of pay structure would be dependent on base pay, right? So 40-50% of base pay. Provident fund would be 12% of base pay. So this is your dependency. Okay, and then this is the field which I'm talking, apply FTE. So if you uncheck this, then what happens is, no matter what, the system will not look at the employee work schedule, and it will always report 100% payout. Okay? Whatever the compensation employee has maintained in Workday system, that would be reported if you uncheck this. But if you check this, what happens is if employee is deviating from his work schedule, say I didn't apply the time off, either I didn't work for a few days, for a few weeks. Then what happens is, it automatically detects those employees, but usually through time offs, inactive time offs. If employee has inactive time or unpaid time offs, then the system will detect that respective amount and prorate the compensation amount and report the prorated amount so that, your third-party system no need to do this proration and manage those scenarios, right? So this proration can happen within Workday system and then send it across. So your payroll system can accept the amount as it is in any scenarios. So this depends on the implementation agreements between Workday and payroll. But usually clients do these prorations in Workday. So they use Workday as a system of truth for the entire compensation input, rather managing some portion of compensation configuration in Workday and other portion of configuration in payroll system, because that makes client's life and implementer's life really, really complex. Okay, because there should be handshakes and understand those nitty-gritties of configuration if they maintain it in two places. That's not a good practice, not suggestible practice.
Correct.
Okay. And then process eligibility, exclude from merit. I'm just leaving this. Okay, so this would be used only when the compensation, advanced compensation is used while doing the mass hikes, mass merits. So that you have to create the salary plan with these components. The important aspects over here is eligibility rule for which country you're creating, and then compensation element. And then this is on apply FTE. Then the salary plan would be available. Okay.
Okay.
So this is how you have to create the salary plans. So the same thing you could find it in the presentation as well. See here in the presentation also they provided the example, and then they provided the same example.
Correct.
Right. So we did this now. Now let's quickly also see the difference between salary plan and hourly plan. Right. So this is how I am not saving it. I hope that is okay. Right.
Yeah, that's okay.
Fantastic. So one other thing I wanted to say, I'm not sure whether you noticed in our LMS, ZaranTech LMS, you would find some of the examples, the labs as well. If you have time, probably you could use it, right? So we've clearly explained the step-by-step process on how to create this stuff. So that could be kind of replicating activity for you with a good example. So we have a good example as well, great example with a practical scenario. You could do those things step by step so that you could simulate what we are doing here. Okay. Yeah. And I want to create a hourly plan. Again, you have to start from the date, right? So everything is time bounded, January 1st, 2021. Okay. And the plan name is GMS plan. This plan is for the part-timers of country India. Eligibility rules. Again, I want to restrict it for only India. And then compensation element. right? So this is the difference between the salary plan and the plan. So here the scope of compensation element is the basis, right? So if I say base pay, and maybe I want to default some amount. Okay, I want to give him 2,000 INR per month, per hour. This is hourly plan, right? And the frequency is hourly. So this is the difference. Okay. So this is, compensation element remains same. Sorry, I didn't explain it well. Compensation element remains same. And the difference between the salary plan and hourly plan is this portion, right? So you did not see this portion while creating the salary plans, because there we no need to define any default rates, right? So since it is a hourly plan, we have to define the default rates. So you also can change while assigning this plan to the employee. However, if you want to default some rate on basis, right? So on some basis to these employees, you can default it like this. So if you have so many part-timers in your organization and those rates varies, then usually what the organization does is, they put some minimum basic over here, and they use this plan, but they'll change this rate while inputting the data to the employee. So the system allows you to override the rate if you want to do it while hiring an employee or while doing any other staffing event changes. So that is possible. Okay. And also you can say whether it is minimum or it's a generic salary. If you want to keep it minimum, so which means you can't give it lesser than this while doing the overrides, and then you have to check this box. Otherwise, if you want to make it free, whether you can give it more or you can give it less, and then just uncheck this box. So that system allows you to override it with any amount while giving the salary plan. Right? So
Right.
This is the difference between the salary plan and hourly plan. So here primarily we define the rates. So what's the hourly rate of the employee? Okay. And definitely there would be a report to see the plans. Yeah, this is the report. You want to see how many hourly plans you have and what are the other aspects of those plans, and you can see it over here. Okay. And wherever you see the tasks with edit, right, like edit salary plan and edit hourly plan, so those are the tasks to use to edit the existing ones, right? So if I want to edit the existing hourly plan, then I have to use this task. Okay, so this is already exists in our system. Okay, so this is, if you see, this is USD. This might have created for US employees, and the pay rate is hourly, right? So this is eligibility rules. So if you see, this is more generic plan. So this plan is not restricted for only India. So this can be used anywhere where you want to pay the employee currency in USD. So if you see, we have created an eligibility rule called pay rate type hourly, right? So if employee pay rate type is rather than salary, then this plan can be used. So this is a generic plan. So this is another way to create the generic salary plans, rather country-specific salary plans. Okay, hope you're with me so far.
Yes.
All right. So that's how you create the plans. So we are done with the salary plan and hourly plan creation, right? So the next concept is the allowances. What's the task to create allowance plans? Create allowance plans, I believe, is the task, right? Create allowance plan, right? So this is nothing but info type 14 for us. Yes. If you're dealing with it as a payroll system, and you have to give some date. I'm just using my favorite date. And the plans can be three types, right? So it could be amount based if you want to put some fixed amount, or if you want to make it as a dependent on some other pay element, right? So if I want to give 2% of basic pay, provided an employee meets my eligibility criteria, and then in which case we create the percentage based plan. And unit based plan, if I want to give an employee with stock plans, right? So I want to give three stocks, 3 units. Then you have to create the unit-based plan. Let's quickly see the elements of the allowance plan. So allowance plan, let's say I want to create allowance plan for GMS, the GMS core allowance, and then this is the core allowance for GMS employees, eligibility rules. Yeah, I want to give it for only Indian employees because I would be having the currency as well. Okay, so I want to default it for only Indian employees. I don't want to make it a generic plan. And then apply FTE. Yeah, I want it to be prorated if employee deviates from his regular work schedule time. And then compensation element. So I have to create a fresh compensation element But in interest of time, I will use the existing compensation element. I believe I must be having some relevance in the system, a car relevance, and the amount. I want to give probably 2,500 INR because petrol prices and diesel prices are going up. I want to give some more, 2,500. And then frequency monthly, no overrides. Means if I want to override this amount while assigning to the employee, I don't want to give that flexibility, then you can control that through this checkbox. Okay. If I click on this, then you can't override it. So it would be always defaulted from this plan. But if I want to override it, then I have to uncheck this. That's the difference. And then here you can create the profiles as well. So this is by default. But let's say if I want to give 2,500 for managers, then you have to create the eligibility rules for here. So here, for an example, this is Hyderabad. Okay. So for Hyderabad employees, I want to give 2,500. And for Mumbai employees, I want to give 3,000. I don't think I have that eligibility rule over here, but I have to create another eligibility rule for Mumbai and put it over here so that this would be defaulted for Indian Hyderabad employees and 3,000 rupees would be defaulted for the Mumbai employees. So that's how it works. And you can have different allowance profiles also. If you see any allowance plan in your system, that is how they might have defined here. So far, so good?
So far, so good.
Fantastic. So I'm just discarding this. And let us also quickly create the other allowance plans and see if there are any differences. Create the percentage-based plan and then provide some name and some description. Eligibility rules. Again, I want to give it for only Indian employees. Okay. Yeah. So here you would see a new field called compensation basis, right? So if you see our amount-based plans, you would not see this field. So this plan is a percentage-based plan. So that's the reason it is asking a basis. Okay, what is your basis? On what basis you want to give this percentage, right? So you have to choose that basis. Let's say if I want to choose my basis as total base pay, then your compensation element would be total base pay over here. If you want to use some other component, pay element as a basis, then you have to create that compensation element and choose that as a basis. So for now, I will select base pay, total base pay as my compensation basis. So I would be having a total annual base pay. And on top of that, I want to define this as an allowance, provided, this employee meets all my definitions, right? And compensation element, where you want to extract this information, I want to extract this information into AU percentage space plan. So this is related to Australia. Let's see India specific percent plans. Okay, I'm selecting this just for now. So, but you have to create a fresh compensation element to extract this information, right? So the difference between compensation basis and element is basis is the basis. On what basis you want to define this percentage. Compensation element is the element where you want to extract. So this is the pay element which holds this percentage amount, percentage value. So this is the basis. There's a difference between amount plans and percentage-based plans. So I want to give 5% of total base pay. And frequency monthly, let's say annually. So this is annual allowance. I want to say annual allowance. And override is the same concept. If you do not want to allow users to override, then select this checkbox. Otherwise, just leave like that. Okay. Ceiling amount I haven't used in my testing yet. But this is a little different concept. So probably we'll come back to this. And similar to amount, the ceiling amount and ceiling.
So yeah. Okay. Ceiling of, that's, not to go that much above like 10,000, you just make the limit.
Yeah. Capping, maximum capping. Okay.
Yeah, maximum. Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, the thing was in 2012, there's for Massachusetts and part of New York, there's a power company and it's called National Grid. And it was so hard project. It was for SAP because they have the compensation plans and all that, and their pay grades were there were 3,500 different types of pay grades.
Oh my God.
Because they had two type of population in hourly, right? One was grandfather and one was the regulars after 2005, before they were all grandfather employees, And after 2005, it was the regular, anybody who came after 2005. And the grandfather one has, they will increase 25 cents or 30 cents after this much of work and this much of work. Salary should, because they were unions, they have almost 45 unions.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why it was kind of difficult.
Yeah. We could imagine definitely such scenarios.
This makes it a little bit easier, but in SAP, it's not easy.
Right.
And also they have if the company makes this much profit, you just need to enter the number and it should calculate the bonuses for the employees, 12,000 employees. So you need, I created 3 different types of info types for compensation. So you just enter it once and it will calculate it and give it the end of March or something.
Cool.
It was interesting project. Very, very interesting. 2 projects I can say was very, very interesting. One was that, and one was Goodyear, or also the DuPont. The older the company, the more difficult it is.
Yeah.
For Goodyear, they had almost 45,000 employees who were retired. So what they did was they take all their pension and they cashed it, but they covered the company's health plans. Usually you see the ACH going from company to the employee. In that case, we have to create ACH from employees' bank accounts to coming to the Goodyear accounts. Usually it's the other way, but this time we have to create the other way. Hey, you give us the money. Then we run the payroll. If they miss 3 payments, then the benefits will stop.
Yeah.
I can say.
Fantastic.
And also the DuPont was a good project too.
Right. And since you had, that much of exposure with SAP payroll and SAP compensation, I think, understanding this Workday compensation
is very
not
simple.
that much. So just terminology varies and the kind of, the rules varies, but otherwise the concept remains same. That?
Yeah, you're right.
You can easily correlate and create this stuff. If you want to be a compensation configurer, then I don't think it's a big deal for you because SAP. So that's the reason I'm just going a little deeper.
No, that's fine because you remember it, right? When you're doing something like this, you remember, shoot, I would have done this way. I would have done, because seeding amount was stuck into my mind from National Grid project. Hey, seeding is this one for these type of projects.
Fantastic. Cool. And similar to amount plans, you also can create the profiles, right? So I want to give just 2% for a certain portion of employees. Then you can create one profile to them. And if you want to give 4% to another kind of employees, then you can create that. So all those profiles can be managed here quite easily. So this is quite a difficult task in SAP if you want to do it, right? So, but here, one good part is, Workday brought everything into one place. So they made life
That's
easier.
why I created, sorry, I'm interrupting. That's why I created my info types just like the way you created. This is right. The ceiling amount, the amount, how much percentage is, what's the eligibility rule. Eligibility rules, I put it in a separate info type. And how much is the compensation is going to be, was another.
Yeah. So this is how we can create the percentage-based plan. And we have another plan, the last plan, which is unit-based plan. Yeah. But the only difference between amount-based and unit-based is the number of units and this portion. And remaining all kind of pretty similar. Have to give some name over here. So unit-based for only Indian employees and compensation elements. So I want to do a proration. Yes, I want to compensation elements. So you have to create a dedicated compensation element just for this. So for now, I am using the one which I have it in my system. Okay. And then number of units. So how many units you want to give? And the unit type. So what's the type of this unit, right? So
correct.
Right. So is it additional hours, additional amount? You have to define all the stuff. So usually it would be in hours, right? So they would be 2 hours extra, right? So it either goes to info type 2010 or info type 8 or info type 14 sometimes if you're just calculating this and putting it as an amount in the payroll system. If you're not calculating this in HR system, then this goes an input to 2010 usually. But if you're making a calculation, if you're turning these 2 hours into amounts, then this can either go to info type 8 or 14. This is because this is processed pay element, right? So it is not unprocessed pay element. So that's the difference. And then I want to give monthly And per unit amount, you can define, okay, what's the amount per hour, right? So 2 hours is what I want to give extra. If an employee meets my criteria, then I want to say probably, 200 rupees want to pay extra. And then currency, INR, and override. If you do not want to allow to override while inputting the employee, this is a checkbox as we already discussed. And then these are all the profiles. This is where we can define the plan profiles, like the way we did it for amount-based plans and the percentage-based plans. That's it. So this portion is only the difference between amount-based, person-based, and the unit-based plans. And the remain all.
No, this made it. This SAP does not that much in compensation. They are a little bit behind.
Yeah. So that's old school, right? So this is. That is old school.
That's old school. You're right. That's old school.
Very long. So this is an advantage.
Yeah. You gotta make your customer happy. So just do what you gotta do.
Indeed. Yeah. So these are the allowance plans. Okay. So that too only compensation plans. Okay. So did you ever create any commission plans or bonus plans?
Commission, no, because in SAP we just did commission is very straightforward. Just this much amount per employee, and the amount is usually going to be by the business, how much they want to pay an employee. There's no fix. You sell this much, like we had for compensation, nothing like that.
Okay, but in Workday, this is a different concept. Okay, so the compensation plans are divided into 3 categories again. I believe you definitely would have this requirement if your organization has an employee who represents their sales, and their sales team were targeted with some targets. Allowance plans, commission plans, bonus plans.
No, this company is very vanilla. Very vanilla. Oh yeah, vanilla means very, very simple. Not like Goodyear or DuPont or electric power companies. They're not like that.
Okay, sure. But as a concept, I'll just briefly touch upon.
Yeah, you can explain.
It will help you. Okay, why they're different? Why they're different is, if you go to employee compensation, right? Okay, here you will not see the difference. But if I make any job change, no. Let me do a compensation change directly. Okay, I want to give some hike to this employee. So this is the compensation form in Workday. Right, so this is how the form would be displayed when you do a compensation change. So if you see here, we have different tabs. So this tab represents the salary plan. I hope you're seeing screen, right?
Right.
And this represents the hourly plan. And this tab represents the period salary plan. This tab represents the unit salary plan. And this is the regular allowance plan is what we have created just now. And then on top of that, merit allowance. And then this is bonuses, one-time payments. And if you see here, we have separate tabs for stock plans and commission plans, and even bonus plans. So that's the reason they've logically divided into different parts. The compensation, this is the compensation, employee compensation form.
This is good from Workday. I'd like this. The compensation plan, they have very, very thorough.
Right.
SAP was not that much thorough for compensation. Maybe it's because it was old system.
Right. Absolutely. So they brought all the things under one umbrella. Right? So it makes quite life easier, especially end users. If you're, if you want to see the data in one place or input the data through one screen, and then this would be quite simple, right? So that's the reason all these categorized into one umbrella. But here the important point is these are all different concepts. If you want to assign any bonus plans, then you have to create the underneath configuration first. If you want to create stock plans, then you have to create the configuration first. If you want to give any commission plans, then you have to create that configuration first. So these bonus plans are different from one-time payments. So that is something you have to understand. So this bonus, what we are giving here is different from one-time payments. So we have another placeholder for the one-time payments. So this can either go to one-time payments or this can go to input F267 as well.
Right.
Okay. So it depends on.
Yeah. No, but because when we were configuring, we were discussing for the implementation for US. And that's what I was, I asked, he asked this question, is it going to be compensation plan or is it going to be one-time payment? Then I realized here is different than what I'm used to. Over there, there's no compensation plan for the bonuses.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the reason I think this is simple, but we have to understand those minor differences between these three layers. So let me create a commission plan. Then I'll show you something here. It would be something interesting. Okay? If you get this requirement in your next project, then it would be simple. See here, commission plans are always amount based.
Correct.
Okay, so I didn't get an option to create this plan as a percentage based plan or unit based plan, like the way while creating the allowance plans, right? So this is always amount based.
Right.
So that's the difference. That's the number one difference. First difference, amount or percent or unit. You can have anything here. However, commission plans are only amount based.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Remaining things all are same. Okay. So let's quickly create one. Okay, in the interest of time, I will not create. We have 1 minute. That's okay. I can create it. GMS commission plan, and this is my commission plan. I want to give it to India sales employees. I can create that rule, but for now I'm just making it as generic for all Indian employees. Okay? If you assign, then that employee would get it. So that's how it works. So I will select a compensation element. So first thing first, we have to create the compensation element exclusively for this plan. But as I have already some in my system, I'm reusing it. And then what amount you want to pay as a commission. So I want to pay probably 2,000 in frequency monthly. Okay. And then the draw defaults. Okay. So you can restrict, let's say, although you're paying 2,000, you can restrict the employee how much you allow them to draw. Okay. So you can put some amount to the end. So which means, I will pay you 80% now and remaining 20% at end of the year. Okay, so that is kind of an agreement between employer and employee. So the employer would pay that 20% at end of the year, right? So because of different aspects. So in such case, you could define, if I want to pay 80%, then it would become 1,600. You can say that 1,600 is what your draw amount. Okay? Although I give you 200. I'm putting 400 in your corpus that would be paid at the end of the year. Okay, if you stayed for a company for 12 months. Right? So that's how you could define this. And then frequency, this is not currency, frequency, monthly. I can draw this amount, draw duration, it's fine. Okay, and recoverable. Let's say if you leave the organization in between or something, if there is a concept, to recover due to some reasons, then you have to check this. Similar to allowance plans, you can also create the profiles. Okay, so if you want to make it this as a generic plan and control it over profiles, like within sales organization for level 1 employees, I want to give this commission, and for other employees I want to give another commission. Then you could define all those things for eligibility rules and manage it. So this is how you can create the commission plans. And I think we just left with the one-time payment plans and the bonus plans. So which is something we can continue once we finish those two, then probably we can quickly jump on to the business process. I think that's the last topic we have for the basics. Once we are done, we can jump onto the integrations. Have a good day.
You too. Thanks. Where I can find employees, how many hours he works in a month or in week.
Okay.
I need to look, and then I need to ask a question, because where I can go in PG and see which field is going where.
You want to know how many hours they worked, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think there is no straightforward rule in Workday for that, but let's give a try. So what we did in our
let's take one employee and let's see where the employees. I want to see where the employee's hours are rolled up in his position at his job.
That's what I'm trying to say. In Workday, I don't think there is a straightforward field to see the hours as such. Okay, so in our organizations, what we did, we have created a custom field. And custom field called employee working hours.
Weekly work, okay, employee working hours.
Okay, so this is what we have created as a custom field in our organization, and it will get through. Okay, I don't think there is a straightforward field to see the number of hours employee. But let's see. I have to open the integration system. That's the reason. So onto that question, I will get back to you. I'll take another look. I believe there might be a few other ways to look at the hours, although they are indirect. But in our organizations, what we did, so we do not see any straightforward field to get that information. So that's the reason, if you see, we have created a custom field.
Okay.
So this is a custom field which we have created so that we would get to know how many hours employee work per week.
So because we have to read it from PT from any field, right?
Right. This is where they have to maintain the hours. Let's say if you work for 56 hours, then the administrator have to go to this field and update the year. So this would be input, right? So there is no placeholder, direct placeholder. That's the reason we have created a custom field and created an ability as a placeholder to update this information.
Okay.
But I will take another look. If there are any indirect better ways, okay. But to my knowledge at this moment, this is how we did manage in our organization.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
Great. So we had a quick look on all the compensation plans, right? So
Correct.
We have created, there is an activity as well for this, except I believe we didn't create one-time payment plans. We will look that as well. We didn't create bonus plans and one-time payment plans. Other than these two, we have created all kinds of plans, whatever is possible in Workday, right? So I believe, you would be familiar with all kinds of plans now.
Right.
So once we create these two, then there is a good exercise as well at the end of this presentation. So you would be seeing this presentation in your LMS. So just try to clarify these things, right? So there's a practical also around involved in it. So it's good for you to practice and see if there are any questions, and I'm happy to answer in tomorrow's class.
Sure.
Yeah. So let's create the bonus plan, right? So for creating bonus plan, the task is create bonus plan, right? So if you see here, the bonus plan has, two categories, amount based and percentage based, right? But if you see the commission plans allows only amount based. It doesn't allow percentage based. So that's one of the difference between the bonus plan and the commission plans. We want to create this as amount based. And here we have to give some name, say joining bonus. So this would be joining bonus. Compensation element, we have to create a new compensation element, but I will take the compensation element, whatever we have in the system, and apply FTE. Right? So this is to take care of the proration if an employee is not working in his full strength. Security groups, this is a different chapter. So we'll come back. If you're interested, I can take a class on security as well. So for now, let us not put any security for this. Target amount, I want to give probably 200,000 INR. Frequency, monthly, not monthly, one time. Yeah, you can create this as per your convenience, right? So the frequencies can be created. I think the only limited frequencies were created here. So just for demo sake, selecting pay period, but there would be no frequency called single time. You can create that frequency as well. Company funding scorecard, it's not required. A plan modifier, if you have to use modifier, you have to use modifier, otherwise it's fine. Proration rules, you can define the proration rules. Let's say if you want to give this joining bonus after meeting certain rules, right? So then you can define those proration rules and attach those proration rules over here so that this plan would be executed. Although this plan is given to the employee, the amount would be appropriately undergoes all those proration rules, and then final calculated amount would be paid. So that's the concept of proration rules. I don't think there is any proration rules we have in the system. Yeah, there are a few. So compound proration, leave options proration. Yeah, there are many aspects which would kind of result into a final amount, right? So if employee immediately goes on leave, right? So then this bonus amount will not be given, right? So this bonus amount would be given along with the first paycheck, but during the first month, the first period, employee should not be on leave. It depends on business to business, so customer requirements. So if there are any such customer requirements and proration must be done based on those customer requirements, those proration rules have to be defined as a separate step and attached here. And then rounding rules, in SAP we have a separate concept, separate placeholder to manage the rounding rules, right? So But here itself, we can create the rounding rule and attach over here. Okay. So since it is 2 digits, we are good. In countries, you would be having up to 4 decimals, like New Zealand. New Zealand supports 4 decimals and 5 decimals as well. So if so, then you have to create a rounding rule, whether you want to go up or down, especially when you have proration rule. If proration has a rule, and then the resultant might be possible with the 3-4 decimals, and customers are too concerned about each and every decimal, and then you have to create a rounding rule, and you can attach that rounding rule to do a rounding up or down. So that right. So the same concept in SAP, but that's there in separate tables. You can manage it in either schema or in separate tables, but here you can attach it to the plan itself. That's another beauty of these bonus plans. And eligibility rules, I want to give it for only Indian employees. Waiting period, 1 year from hire date. When you want to give this, 30 days from the plan assignment, 3 months. You can define those rules. Coverage date, for now we can ignore for that. And so that got introduced as per the latest legislation in US. Mm-hmm. And profiles similar to allowance plan profiles, you could create the bonus plan profiles, right? So if you want to give 200,000 for management employees and 100,000 for management and below employees, then you can create those allowance profiles, means plan profiles, and attach those plan profiles over here, so that the respective plan profile would be executed at assigning this bonus plan to the employee. And then if there are any performance factors which you want to consider, then you can create, you can configure those performance factors as well, right? So bonus plan with individual performance factor, bonus plan with multiple factors, and so on. Tranches, I haven't provided these tranches ever. Deferred bonus. If you want to defer the bonus, then you could create or configure the deferred bonus here. And this is the actual bonus, but if you want to give some other bonus due to other reasons, then you have to define that over here, right? So the bonus can be deferred as a stack plan, right? So then you have to default that stack plan over here. This is again based on eligibility rules. So if an executive, if the employee is executive, then instead of giving the joining bonus directly, then you could defer that as a stock plan. So if there are such scenarios, then you could attach that bonus plan. You could attach the stock plan to the bonus plan here and default the calculations. So if the employee is executive, then this would be triggered and this would be given as a precedence and defaulted from here. So that's how it works. The bonus plans, straightforward. And we have, so this is our example, right? So here what we have seen commission plans, which are only amount based. Bonus plans, so we have seen that this can be either amount based or percentage based. So if you compare these three, allowance plans supports all kinds of, possibilities between amount, percentage, and unit. You can assign an amount, you can assign a percentage, you can assign a unit through allowance plans. That is possible. So allowance plans are the regular allowances, right? So which employee used to get from employer. Commission plans, it supports only amount, right? So either sales department or, if customer has a department which would be driven by the sales figures or other factors, and which can yield to extra commission, then they can define it only amount. It doesn't support any other possibilities between percentage and unit. Whereas bonus plans, it supports amount and percentage, but it doesn't support unit-based plans. Okay, stock plans, it supports only unit-based. Okay, so that is how Workday organize these plans and provided different stakeholders, provided different placeholders in Workday to manage these different scenarios. So bonus plans is the last plan which I would like to show in communication is the one-time payment plan. The one-time payment plan is quite similar to the bonus plan. It is also either amount-based or percentage-based. Let us select the percentage-based. Okay, so this is how the one-time payment plan will look like. Okay, so if I want to create the one-time payment plan with joining bonus as an example, then I can create that one-time payment plan instead of the bonus plan. Okay, so bonus is a bonus, right? So that's on top of the employee regular pay. So one-time payment is also in a way bonus, but this can be given at multiple times, right? So let's say if there are teams who would get the bonuses quarterly or half yearly or yearly, then all such categories, all such scenarios can be managed through one-time payment plan, right? So I want to give annual bonus or periodic. Yeah, for an example, let's take annual bonus. That's fine. It's a good example. Description over here, annual bonus. Then compensation element you have to create. I believe there should be one. There is no element for annual bonus. Spot bonus, signing bonus, yeah, retention bonus. Let's select this. So retention bonus is not close to annual bonus. Let's select at least a combination element which is near close to annual bonus. Yeah, a recurring bonus. Yeah, this is fine. A recurring bonus. And then I want to pay this bonus in INR and then target amount. So the amount, whatever we are putting here, is a default amount, 200,000, can be changed, and recommend a minimum and maximum. The range can be defined over here. Eligibility rules, I want to give it for Indian employees. And work tax. Let's say if I want to attach a cost center to it. Okay, so these bonuses would be captured through different cost centers, not through the employee master cost center. And then you could define the cost center as work tag and attach those cost centers over here. I don't have any active cost centers, but the cost center can be a work tag over here. So that along with this bonus, a cost center also would be sent. And then you could consider that cost center in your payroll system and put it to this. Right? So if you see in Workday 15, you would see cost assignment as well in SAP.
Correct.
Yeah. And here I could create different profiles. So although my description says annual bonus, right? So here I could create a profiles like, it can be paid monthly, it can be paid quarterly if the bonus permits, right? So as I selected, it is a recurring bonus. It depends on employee to employee, right? So if you take Alight as an example, their payments would be made. Their bonus would be given on quarterly basis for certain level of executives, right? So there would be the organizations who manages bonuses differently. So all the bonuses would be created here with different profiles. Okay? If employee gets annual bonus, then we have to create one profile with annual bonus. If there are employees who gets quarterly bonuses, then we have to create another profile to manage the quarterly bonuses, right? So what I'm trying to say is here you could create just one-time payment plan to manage all the employee annual bonuses and manage it while assigning it to all kinds of employees in your organization. All right, so this is how it works. This usually goes to Infotech 15 amount of percentage. All right, so these are all different kinds of plans what we have in Workday. So all these plans are called as compensation plans. So far so good?
Yes, so far so good. Yes.
Fantastic. And there is a report to see all the compensation plans available in the system. Of course, you should be having proper security to view this. But if you do not have any restrictions, then yeah, this is the report. And you can view all the compensation plans whichever exists in the system in a go. This is a great report. Great report. So if you see here,
compensation plans, yeah.
Salary plans. So these are all the salary plans I have in my system. Hourly plans. These are the hourly plans I have in my system. Period salary plans. These are all the period salary plans which exist in my system. These are allowance plans, bonus plans, commission plans, stock plans, all. So whatever the plans Workday supports, all those plans, you could find it over here. Calculated plans. So these are custom plans in a way. So these many plans Workday does support, although we have seen just 5 plans. They're similar. Just you have to try it out. That's it. But they work in similar fashion. So once you create those things, and if you want to see at a glance, then this is a report to see all the plans at a glance and prepare we're good?
Yeah, we are good.
So that's about the compensation. Eligibility rules we have seen practically. How does it work?
Right.
Any interesting questions over here?
No.
Or if you have to create, yeah, you can try it out. These are simple questions. Currency exchange rates. So this is another topic which you have to consider in your testing, right? So there could be scenarios that, let's say, if I'm giving an allowance in foreign currency, okay, I have an employees in Canada, okay, so I want to give them 100 USD as a bonus, although they're Canadian employees, right? So this bonus is a kind of, commission bonus. Let's assume that this is not a commission, this is a bonus, actual bonus plan. So usually payroll systems would consider the employee home country currency, right? So Canada home country currency is Canadian dollars. I hope you're following my scenario.
Yeah.
Right, Chap? Yeah. So Canada currency is Canadian dollars. So in this case, what do? So do you consider this as an input in your payroll, or you will convert this 100 USD into Canadian dollars and pay the respective amount to the employee? How does it work?
Say one more time.
Yeah. So if I give the bonus to the employee in foreign country allowances, like 100 USD for Canada employees, so how do you manage this scenario in your payroll? So do you consider the direct input as 100 USD, or you convert this currency into Canadian currency?
No, in SAP, there's no thing called foreign currency exchange because each country is very separate. I cannot enter data for Canadian employee until I log into their system, right? In SAP, you have a system called Molga. Molga is for each country is going to be different. If I want to log in to Canadian, I have to change the settings in myself. Then I'll be enter their currency. I don't have to do the foreign exchange thing. You brought a very good point and you made me think.
Yeah.
In SAP, we don't have a foreign exchange thing in it.
We do have a table where we can maintain the foreign exchange rates.
Yeah, we can do that. But, if I want to pay somebody in, somebody's working in China, he went from US, right? So either he should be paid in Chinese renminbi, then we need to make sure he's hired in the China company code, because the currency is driven by the company code, right?
Yeah.
In SAP, it's not driven by the system, it's driven by the company code. That's where you're going to assign the currency, USD or Canadian dollar. Right. That's a totally different thing for me to currency, because then it can create other problems. Because what the currency rate is, maybe it's not there.
That's correct.
System should do that automatically.
Which system? Do you mean a Workday or payroll
Workday,
system?
yeah.
But the problem, Workday, if you leave this to Workday, if you leave this calculation to Workday, then let's assume that I'm entering this input on...
Because you brought one thing very in the beginning. He said, Workday is not country specific. So if it's not country specific, then there should be nothing as foreign exchange. If it's not country specific, I can enter for anybody who's in China from here, but that's going to be a wrong thing to do for me. Okay.
Not necessarily, because this can be practically a possible scenario, because I've seen this scenario quite a number of times from several clients. Right. So for some,
because I was wondering, because when I was testing the compensation, the one-time payments, and they were was entering USD and euros, and I was confused. Why is this thing is happening like that? But I was so much busy in other thing, I never paid attention to it. But to me, this is wrong. Why if the compensation plan should be country specific? We should pay in their country. That plan should be based on their specific currency, not in US, euros, pounds, or Indian rupees, country specific. So the employee who's making the money over there, he should not think that, hey, this is in dollar. If dollar goes down, my plan will go down. And let me tell you this story. In 2006, I was implementing US payroll for there's a company called Tide Kingdom, and they have office in Jupiter, Florida. So I was sitting in the very corner, and this old man comes in. He said, who's doing the payroll? And they pointed to me. So he comes in and he said, okay, do you think we're going to go live in 1st January? I asked him. Then he said, it means no. I said, yeah, but, we can try. He said, no, I don't want to try. He said, if my $1 goes down, entire kingdom is mostly mechanics who change. If you take your car, they're going to put new tires, brakes, and stuff. He said, if $1 is off in a paycheck, my productivity of the tax will go down 10%. So he went back. That's all he said. And he went back. And next thing you know, we got email. Now the go live for payroll is pushed to 1st of April. And that stick to my head. If we are doing this thing, currency, then it means that employee can think and his productivity can go down.
Yeah, absolutely. I can agree. But let me also tell you the practical possibilities where this scenario can occur, right? So this is definitely a rare scenario. It's not a regular scenario, but there is a good chance of having this possibility. So I'm working in India, but let's say I'm working in Canada. Okay. So I referred I referred a client who's based out of US. Okay. So I have a policy in my current organization saying that if I refer a client, then I would get X amount of bonus as a reward in the respective country. So since this client country is based out of US, then I would be awarded with $100. I'm not talking about the regular employee payments. Rather, I'm talking about the exceptional payments, right? So whose amount would be paid in different channels. One has bonuses like this, right? So this is a surprise bonus to the employee. Since employee referred a client who's based out of US, then he got rewarded with $100. So they will give only $100, 100 USD. Okay, there are two possibilities here. One, client will, although they gave $100, one way is, client will convert these $100 and $100 into Canada dollars and input into the system saying that, okay, 130 Canada dollars and send it to payroll. This is one way of managing this, right? So which means I'm inputting the converted value within Workday itself. Okay, I'm doing the calculations through my calculator outside the system, and I'm entering this. But the problem with this is, let's say I'm entering this data on 10th November. Okay,
Right.
my payroll process date is on 26th November.
Right.
The rates between 10th November and 26th November could go high or could go down.
Down, yes.
Okay, so that's the reason, there are not all clients. It depends on policy to policy. So some clients define the policy that no matter how
You break it up.
how the rates are. Okay, so is it fine now by any chance?
Yes, fine now. Yeah.
Okay. So clients could define the policy in such a way that no matter what the currency rate at time of payment, but however, whenever I enter the dollars into the system, that's where we do the conversion and pay it, right? So if they have policy, that policy well and good, right? So they have a good policy in place and they will move forward. But there are clients, especially in bank sector, they would be worrying about each and every penny, right? So
correct.
As you rightly mentioned. So if that's the case, then they don't do these calculations in HR. Okay, so they send the bonus amount as $100 to the payroll, and even in payroll, you have to adjust the system to accept these in USD. For an example, in info type 8, if I want to have one wage type with USD, you have to create that wage type attributes to accept the USD types as well. You should not do any value.
Yes.
So what I'm trying to say here is, if there is a wage type in info type 8, if that accept the inputs in different currencies, then you have to set up a system. It is possible in SAP to set up a system to accept the currency in foreign currency allowances. Okay, then you have to manage those currency conversions at time of payroll. So if I'm running payroll on 26th, then we have a table SAP where we update the currencies at regular intervals with the actual currency rates. And at that point in time, at the point of payroll processing time, whatever the currency rate from USD to Canada, you do that conversion exchange rates and then pay to the employee in Canadian dollars. So, which means, the clients there are exceptional clients who manage these conversions in payroll. Okay, so this is a great example. I'm not sure if it is possible in your client, but if it is possible, there would be a number of scenarios you have to consider between these different currencies, foreign currencies.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. So I got this requirement for 4 to 5 clients. So we are not supporting these foreign currencies though, right? So as you rightly mentioned, theoretically, this is impractical scenario, but practically clients were explain the possibilities. So I had to convince myself, okay, I have to take this as an enhancement. It's funny part, right? So the payroll would be having a different scope of scenarios. Funny part.
Yeah.
So that's all. I think we've successfully finished the conversation module. So we are good to move on to the next module.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next one, and probably the last one from the fundamental perspective, is the business process framework.
Correct.
Right?
The business process, I was surprised that even the interfaces have business process.
That's true. That's true. In Workday, everything is driven by a business process. Even integration system,
Right.
which is the one who take care of the extraction, that also would be driven by a business process.
Business process, yes.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But you will understand why it is driven by business process. So there are good reasons for this, but it's a great topic, by the way. It's good that everything is driven by a process, right? So Workday's definition is, if you have an event which you are doing in Workday, then you have to have a associated business process. So that wherein, that's a generic framework where you can control the workflows, you can control the steps, you can control the transportation mechanisms, and so on. That's the reason they've linked everything to the business process. As a disclaimer, this is ZaranTech's presentation, so we have to use it correctly. We would be seeing the agenda quickly: overview, business process definition of available actions, business process notifications, and so on. Okay. So first of all, how a business process workflow or definition will look like, right? So these are all the steps. You would find it in any business process. Okay. So for an example, if I take hire business process, let us see an example and come back to theory, so that it will be very interesting. Where do I have that example? What's your famous business process?
No, I just started looking at it. I was looking at PG, and I started with PG, and then I'm going.
Okay, no worries. Workday always says that, hey, you can input qualitative data. It's not about just entering data and sending it to the third parties, just throwing onto them, right? So rather, you could ensure that you would be feeding the qualified data and you would be sending it to the systems the way the system wants, right? So instead
just
of
a selling point.
Yeah, but approval without a workflow, we can't manage the hire, right? So in organization, practically, if you take larger organizations, compensation can't be given by HR practitioner or administrator. HR administrator can just initiate the hiring and then submit it to a partner. And then they will review the other parameters. It's a second level check, and attach the compensation, right? So once they attach the compensation, then it comes to you. If people are available, all the stakeholders, be it HR practitioner, compensation practitioner, and to the extent payroll practitioner also will come into play here, are available and doing it together. It doesn't take more than 5 minutes. So to find the business process, the shortcut is, BP semicolon, right? So in Workday, every task would be having a shortcut to find it. If it is BP, business process, it is BP. If you want to test integration system, IntSys. Okay? So these are all the shortcuts. So you could find it in online. The shortcuts for all the tasks, you could easily get it. You could try in community if you have community access there, or you do not have. Yeah, you could find it in online. There are several forums in Google which would help you with the shortcuts. It's not a big deal though. Okay, so BP, although new hire is not your favorite one, let me take the hire BP because I can explain different examples over there.
Okay.
So if you see here, the business process would be attached to a supervisory org. Okay. So Workday, there would be very few instances wherein you have to create a business process from scratch. And many times you could reuse the Workday's standard business process. So Workday provided tons of business processes for so many events would be managed through that itself. But where it will not 100% suffice to the business needs is the workflow. Right? So as one customer, you would be having one workflow, meaning, first I enter employee name and then address, and then immediately compensation, right? So these are my 3 steps: first name, and then address, and then immediately compensation. However, organization 2 can have a different process. First I enter name, address, and then IDs, national IDs, right? So this is a workflow, how you want to enter the information and how you should manage the workflow. Like, if it is a compensation, then I don't want to give that option to the HR administrator. I want to restrict that through security. So I want only my compensation administrators have to enter the compensation. And then once compensation is finished, again, it has to go to HR practitioner for the next step, right? And then if it is Yeah, if it is tax related data, then I want to give that responsibility to my payroll administrator, not the HR administrator, right? So this is a workflow. So how do you manage that? Yeah. So how do you manage the sequence of steps, right? So between different data inputs and the sequence of actions between different workflows, all such things you could configure in the business process through definition. So if you see here, these are all the orders, right? So this is a sequence. So the first one is the initiation. Any business process would be started with the initiation. Then the last step would be the close step. So which means I'm saying that from here means, this is the last step in my business process and I would be closing it and just get out the higher business process and leave the employee. Right? So these are the two mandatory steps you would find in any business process. So this is the initiation and then action and then the group. Who can do what? Right? So we were discussing about the different practitioners, HR partner, compensation partner, payroll partner, and so on. So you could define who could perform this activity. It's a proposed compensation. Who could propose the compensation? HR. And then change personal information. Who can change the personal information? Again, HR partner. So since this is a test system, we didn't put too much security just to make our life easier. But in practical environment, you would be having different groups who would be doing different actions. So and then change org assignments, all organization assignments. So who would do this? HR partner, right? And then edit government IDs. Who would do this? HR partner. So this is how you define your higher business process for the supervisory organization. Okay? Again, I'm just emphasizing that the business process would be attached to a supervisory. So which means each and every supervisory organization would be having its own business processes. It's not a tenant specific. So which means once you create hire, it will not be forever. It will not be available for all the supervisory organizations if you have more than one in the tenant. Right. So if you want to correlate to SAP, it's similar to info group.
Right. So okay. Yeah.
So in info group, what we do, so we define the sequence of info types, right? So along with different other validations, different steps. In similar fashion, in Workday, we call it as a business process for staffing events, right? So now let's jump on to our PPT. So this is the first step we have seen in the business process, right? So initiator kicks off the business process of a. Okay? So for an example, hire. So someone have to initiate that business process, right? So when I say initiates, not at the definition level, I mean at employee level. So if I want to hire an employee, then the task I do is hire employee. Right. So indirectly, I am actually executing a step that, okay, I want to hire an employee by using hire business process. That is a kickstart. Okay. And then a Workday determines which business process definition to use, depending upon the task, what you choose. If I say hire employee, then Workday determines automatically behind the scenes that, okay, the task is this. So I have to use the hire business process, whichever exists in that business, whichever exists in that supervisory organization. So if I'm hiring an employee into India supervisory, then system automatically looks what is a higher business process in Indian supervisory org and kickstart that business process behind the scenes. And then based on the target object, right? So once the business process triggered, then a business process would be having steps in it, and each step would be having associated business object, the target object. Then the target object would be called upon, and then you can enter the data. And then fourth step, task steps configured in the definition, right? So we'll define the task step clearly on how does it work, right? So in the definition, we'll clearly define this. And then once this is done, the data would be sent to the process users based on the contextual security. As we have seen, there would be many partners like HR partner, compensation partner, and the payroll partner. So depending upon security, the user would be given the right access to feed that information. And then this process event would be created. A business process event would be created. Let's say if I'm hiring an employee, a hire would be having an event for that particular employee. If I go to employee work history, I will see an event called a hire event for that employee. And that's the last step where it captures the data and stores into the database. This is the last step. The target object is updated when the event is complete. So the event means if you go to an employee, every update you do would be having an event associated to it, right? So if you see this is employee work history, okay, proposed compensation hire. So this is an event. The moment you click on this event, you could see clearly, okay, who initiated this event and what has changed, and then how is changed, how the process triggered, and what are the related links, and so on. So this is called as event. This is not a staffing event, rather the event with respect to the employee. Okay. So you with me so far?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and this is a sample of hire process we have seen, right? This is a sample, as you rightly pointed out. This is one of the lengthy business process in every organization, not only in your organization. Practically, it would be a lengthy organization. And there would be other reasons too. Usually, organizations would create one single hire process and manage it through conditions to make it work for all the countries. Okay, so if I'm Amazon organization, then I could manage my hire process in two ways. One, I would create just single hire business process and conditionally manage the steps to trigger based on employee country. I'll show you that in tomorrow class. I could do that way. So which means for entire Amazon, I'm creating single hire business process. Okay, so nowadays employers are moving towards digitalization, right? So they don't want to have too many parallel definitions, parallel configurations. Rather, they want to have one configuration which would be much more flexible and to manage all their needs of across countries, right? So if that's the case, then hire business process would be like anything. It would be kind of mountain. Okay, so very, very big. And the other way is, you could define a hire business process per requirement. Okay, so within Amazon US, I will create two business processes. Okay, that too just for US. Okay, so in that case, the hire business process will be little, will be having little less steps or compared to the generic business process what we have created in the option one. Right. So if that's the case, then you have to create the hire business process in India, Amazon. You have to create one for, maybe Canada, Amazon, one for UK, Amazon. It would be endless, right? So there would be little or less control on your processes. That's the reason organizations do not do unless there is a proper reason, a genuine reason behind the scene. So hire business process would consist of this. The important steps is, it says what you want to give to the employee. Right. So what's the sequence of steps while updating the data and the workflow, approval workflow. So those elements you would find it in any business process. Probably after this class, you can see a hire business process, termination business process, job change business process, and identify the similarities and the differences between those three so that it would be super clear.
To me, the easiest is termination of work.
Termination, okay. You have
I think termination is easy. Yeah, termination is pretty easy. Same thing as SAP did it all the
way. Right. But the problem with Workday is, if you're terminating an employee, you could delimit the way you do the info types in SAP.
Right.
So if there are allowances, or the allowances would be auto-delimited. You could define those rules in info group, right? So, but in Workday, you could do that, but only to certain transactions, not all transactions. It's not that much configurable like the way SAP does. That's just one downside I observed with the experience. Okay, so that's for today.